Hello everybody and welcome to Dodo, Phoenix or Butterfly. My name is Rupert Reed. I'm a philosopher. I teach at the University of East Anglia, where I'm privileged to teach alongside some of the world's leading environmental scientists and some of the world's leading creative writers. Not least the eco-dramatist Steve Waters, about whom more anon in a moment. And it's really at the confluence of these things, systems thinking, philosophical thinking, environmental science, and drama, that we have today's unique event, which we're so excited to share with you. And thank you so much for coming on this hot day when you could be at the beach. This very hot day. This could turn into a quite extreme heat wave in some parts of the country, and you might have just a little vibe of that inside the room here today. So, I'm going to introduce this event to you in the next few minutes, and after that we will go into the first of our dramas. The way I want to introduce the event to you is by mentioning this little book, which is called This Civilization is Finished. Now, if you've been observant, you will notice that you all have a copy of it, and that is our first gift to you here today, so you really can't say fairer than that, can you? You're going to get a free lunch. You've already got a free book, and on top of that, you're going to have these extraordinary plays and discussions based thereon. So, what's the relevance of this book? Well, this book sets out in the first chapter, especially, three possible scenarios for our future, which I now term Phoenix, Dodo, and Butterfly. Phoenix, the basic idea is that our civilization gets immensely challenged, endures some kind of collapse or partial collapse, but manages to recover from that into some new form. Dodo, our civilization endures a severe challenge, collapses and does not recover. And Butterfly, we manage to make a transformation from this civilization to the next civilization without having to endure a collapse. So those three scenarios, and that's basically what you're going to see dramatized today in the very exciting particular form, localized right here to Norfolk, that Steve Waters has put together for us. So it's super exciting and an incredible honor for me to have inspired Steve in creating this amazing work that you're going to see realized by actors on stage for the first time today. Let me tell you a little bit about the form that the day is going to take, and then I will hand over to briefly to one or two colleagues to just say a little bit more by way of introduction before we get into our first drama. So we're going to have this introductory section, then we will have our first drama, which is the Phoenix scenario. After that, there will be a panel discussion. Our esteemed panelists here at the front of the room, they'll be introduced to you as the day proceeds. We will then have a short break, during which you're invited to refresh yourself with water if you're getting hot. There is water available in the bar all day. We will then have our second scenario, Dodo, the same again. There will be a panel following that to discuss it, and at the end of each of these panels there will be an opportunity for you to get involved. There will be a Q&A and discussion. After that we will break for lunch, free lunch. Then after lunch, fairly leisurely affair, we will have our final scenario, Butterfly. Once again, there will be a panel discussion and Q&A. From that, we will go into a final plenary section where all the panelists and speakers and Steve himself will be up on stage, as it were, with us. And then at the end of that, we will dissolve into informal drinks and chat, etc. A couple of things that are going on all day. It's wonderful that we've got Gennady. Gennady gives a wave, who is an artist. You may have seen his large canvases, highly relevant themes outside. Do take those in at some point during the day, and I'm sure he'd be happy to have a word with you if you want to about those beyond what's in the captions for them. Also, I've got some books outside that are signed or for signing. If you haven't got enough by getting this for free, or if you feel like, oh, it's so nice to get a book for free, maybe I might want to pay for another one as well, then do come and see me or my fantastic assistant Tara, to whom many thanks, will be outside taking money for those. And if you want more than one copy of this Civilization is Finished, if you want to give it to somebody or something, then please pay. Don't rush off with any spare copies you find on seats. That would be taking a little bit of unfair license or advantage. So yeah, those will be available all day. And that's basically the shape of the day. Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions? Okay, good. We are being videoed. Please be aware of that. That's happening, and we'll make some arrangements to make use of that afterwards, which we'll try to inform you about. We are, of course, in this extraordinary space of the Norwich Arts Centre. We are incredibly grateful to the Norwich Arts Centre for having hosted us. They've been doing an absolutely fantastic job of partnering us throughout this. So thanks to Lucy, who will be chairing this morning's sessions, and Pasco and the whole Norwich Arts Centre team for this extraordinary venue. Also thanks to our sponsors who have made this possible, especially the Impact Fund at the School of Arts and Humanities, the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the University of East Anglia. Okay, what I want to do now is to hand over to my colleague Andy Towler, who is going to make just very few framing remarks for the day. Andy is going to be a sort of fixture throughout the day. He'll be on all the panels and the final plenary as a sort of thread or spine running through it all. What are his qualifications for doing so? So I want to mention in particular a couple of things. Firstly, Andy is a former police officer, and while he was a police officer, he did quite a lot of work in disaster preparedness and disaster response. For example, you may remember Storm Desmond in Cumbria several years ago, catastrophic climate reinforced event, and he was in charge of the operation of responding to that. And in recent years, and especially since leaving the force, he's been involved more in national level emergency response, and he's very recently written a report, an independent report, assessing the UK's level of preparedness for the coming disasters and emergencies. So I'm going to hand over to Andy now to just speak to you for a couple of minutes about what he thinks about what we're going to experience here today, and also something about what the outcome was of that massive independent report that he put together. So Andy Towler, over to you.
Hello everybody. Rupert kind of said it. I'm Andy Towler. Well, it's interesting what you said this morning. Rupert asked me to talk about a little bit about me, a little bit about the importance of us all being here today, and a little bit about that report. And I was writing down some notes, so Rupert gave me this piece of paper, and I was looking through it. It's about William James, and in it it says, "Is life worth..."
It's just a pad that he's writing on the back of.
This is it. He said, he wrote in the essay that this paper's about, "Is life worth living?" And in the quote it says, "Believe that life is worth living, and your belief will create the fact." And that kind of struck me very strongly this morning, because I'm really very pessimistic person. And I can ruin your day at times, I'm sorry about that. But, and it's probably born from the fact that being a police officer in Manchester as a young man, I was witness, like as maybe some of you have been, to total catastrophic loss, human loss. And today in part is about that. I was very struck yesterday about the plays that were shown about the change in the Fens, the impact on the human beings of what was happening around them from the 1930s onwards. And that got me thinking, and I'm so grateful to the actors and people who put that together, because it really gave me some perspective. I moved to Cumbria in 2007 because I thought life would be better in Cumbria, and just shit kept happening to me. And particularly the 2009 and 2015 floods. I live near Cockermouth, and these communities, my communities, were affected tremendously by it. My house was flooded, my partner's house was flooded, I lost a colleague, and in some ways my life today has been shaped more by water than anything else. And it struck me that driving through the Fens for the first time, really, how much your lives are shaped by water as well. The lack of it, the amount of it, the excess of it. And because of 2015, you know, cops were very institutional kind of characters. I felt something different had happened. I lived through that, and I lived through it for months and years afterwards, and watched the way water had completely changed our lives. And I started to think that about climate for the first time. And that shaped my thinking from 2015 to 2022. And basically since then I've been saying we're not ready for what is to come. Not in a pessimistic way, but in a very direct, we must be ready for the kind of changes that aren't just the imaginings of a few, but the facts of many. So I'm very grateful for Rupert and others to put this together, because one of the things that flooding has taught me is the importance and power of people and community, that you've got to build solutions from the bottom up. You've got to involve people, you've got to reach across our internal borders, so actors can speak to disaster management professionals, and we can speak to each other, because only through that learning and work together are we going to be able to solve some of the problems that aren't tomorrow but are today. So that's the importance, I think, of today. And it's really important that you talk and discuss amongst yourselves and reach out to people that you maybe wouldn't do. And questions are much better than monologues. I hope this is the last one. I mean, the report that I wrote, really, it wasn't me, it was three of us. And we talked to pretty much every disaster management professional, civil servant, community member, emergency responder, and charity chief executive, and everyone in between that we could get hold of. We spoke to hundreds of people over a year. And we put a report together that government have got. And it really, if it shifts the dial 1 second of 1 minute, I'll be a happy man. And in essence, it says we're not ready. But we must be ready for what is to come. And through today, maybe we can discuss that more. That's enough for me. I'm really looking forward to today.
And the report also, like you were mentioning to me, says that a lot of what we need to do in order to be ready is going to have to be ground up.
Yeah, ground up's very important, because one of the things we've realised is that as a country we take a very statist approach to disaster management. We do things to you. I used to do things to people. We've got to take a people-orientated approach. I mean, that's building the way we think about everything, the systems we live in, from a person-centred view, from that upwards. We can explore what that actually means. We don't do it at the moment, and you've got to think about the sustainability of people's lives in the environments they live, and how you can protect those environments and those people equitably.
Thanks, Andy. Brilliant.
Thank you.
So what we're essentially about here today is trying to make vivid those kinds of realities and the kinds of potentialities for what our future could be like, whether bad, good or ugly, or some combination of the three. I'm now going to hand over to Kay Michael. Kay is the director of the plays you're about to see here today. She is the co-founder of Culture Declares Emergency and the co-editor of Letters to the Earth. Letters to the Earth, a wonderful book which is among those out on sale outside, because it was the first time that Kay, myself and Steve in any way collaborated. Steve and I both had little contributions in that book. So it's a great pleasure it's a fantastic pleasure to have been working with Kay on this project. Kay is going to say a few words to us about how she understands this idea of choosing our future or choosing our futures. Kay.
Thanks, Rupert. Hi. Hello, Charlie. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here as much as it is a daunting thing. Not just because of what we're talking about, but for me it's the first time to be back in the rehearsal room after the pandemic, so that's been a treat as well. And Steve will say a little bit more about the plays and how they're being presented today. Yeah, I want to say something about the future we are here to choose. Today we're presenting some imaginings of potential future scenarios. I just want to say something about the importance of this. And forgive me, I did write some notes because it's been such a full-on week of rehearsals, staging these plays in 4 or 5 days, so I've only had the opportunity this morning to go, right, what is it I really want to say about this work? So choosing our futures made me think of a book that some of you might know of or have read that's called The Future We Choose by Christian Figueres and Tom Rivett-Carnac. And in it, similar to Rupert's work and that of many others, it has contrasting chapters that paint both, in one chapter, a fearful and alarmist future scenario for 2050, But it also, in the following chapter, presents something one might call optimistic. And it's quite similar to the work that we're doing here today. So first, in their book, is a portrait of a world in which we have failed to halt global emissions, where we're on track for 3 or 4 degrees of warming beyond pre-industrial levels, arguably where we're heading currently on the track of business as usual. And they say the first thing that hits you is the air. So no imagine scenario, they say the first thing that hits you is the air. It is hot and heavy, and your cough never seems to disappear. With the carbon sinks of the world utterly ravaged, they say that tipping point after tipping point is being reached. Countries the world over suffer brutal infrastructure destructions. Every day some new part of the world must evacuate to higher ground, they say, due to rising seas. In their picture of the future, some cities are on the verge of desertification, and mass migrations are everywhere to sea since the equatorial band became largely uninhabitable. There is, they say, everywhere a sense of bottomless loss, unbearable guilt and fierce resentment at previous generations who didn't do what was necessary to ward off this unstoppable calamity. Now there's a lot of stories and fictions and books and films and artworks that do paint that kind of apocalyptic vision of the future. But the next chapter in their book brilliantly documents in riveting detail the excitement and innovation of the new climate economy. It shows us what the world could look like if we were to really face the seriousness of what otherwise could happen if we didn't take action. And they say it's a world where we no longer recklessly burn fossil fuels, and in which renewable energy has created millions of jobs and an abundance of energy. They say the wide-ranging transition to renewable energy was at times uncomfortable, yet we finally saw that transition for what it was, the tantalizing opportunity to imagine the way we live and interact with the planet. Humanity was only ever as doomed as it believed itself to be. Very similar to Andy's quote.
Mm-hmm.
So we live in the most important decade the world has ever faced. We just about have time to choose the future we want to head towards. And I believe that does require looking the crisis dead on. And that's the remarkable work of Rupert here and Steve and the plays that we'll see today. But what follows after looking the crisis dead on? We may wish for immediate excitement and collective community energy fueled by a kind of warrior-like optimism. But for many, and myself included, it's not quite as easy as that. So I met Rupert at the end of 2018 during a week-long so-called deep adaptation, deep dive. And it was part facilitated by Jen Vendel, who some of you may have heard of, and a book co-authored by Jen, and Rupert is also outside, I believe. And Jen's paper this week we spent together was really in response to Jen's paper that was published in July 2018 called Deep Adaptation, a Map for Navigating Climate Tragedy. Now, we were sensitively led through exercises to enable an imagined and an embodied response and exploration of the terms such as disaster and catastrophe and extinction. What do these words actually mean for us in our lives, in our bodies, in our imaginations? And we were taken through processes borrowed from the deep ecologist and long-time activist Joanna Macy. If you aren't familiar with her work, I highly recommend her work her work is called The Work That Reconnects. And we were given space to release the emotional burden of this crisis, of what it is to face it, to face the worst case scenarios. And sorrow hits deep, as did grief and anger and emptiness. And the old order of life dissipated under the weight of it all for me. Rupert will remember this moment for myself. The questions that are fundamental to Jen's work, though, really helped along the way, and they still do, and I just want to offer them to you too. When the collapse of modern civilization is inevitable, and climate catastrophe is likely, and the extinction of human beings is possible, What can we relinquish that no longer serves us? What can we let go of? What values and ways of being can we restore that will help us through these crises? What values and ways of being? And values is something that Rupert talks a lot about in his book. And finally, how can we build resilience? So these questions have helped me, and they may help us take to heart the severity of the crisis we're in without returning to despair and without returning to denial. They're quite practical questions. They can help us stay open and honest in these times about how we're feeling. They can help us reassess our work and our lives in the face of this, and I believe, and I've experienced, that they can help us find community and meaning and power so that we can choose and indeed build the futures of our choice. So this is an exciting world that we are a part of co-creating together, and I hope that today is one step along your journey or the beginning of an opportunity to connect with each other and see who's in the room as you respond to the scenarios today, and as we together have the conversation as to around what next. So I'll leave that rather large provocation there. I just want to say it's been a real pleasure to work with Steve and with Mike Bernardin and Katie Smith and Susan Kidd this week on presenting these plays. And it's a hybrid combination of performance and rehearsed reading, so you really get to see the inner workings of what it is to stage a play. And we'd ordinarily have maybe 3 more weeks rehearsal, and we'd take them out to farms for work experience and do thorough research, but here we're just showing you the work as it is, and I hope you do get a lot out of it today. So over to you, Steve, to say a little bit about it.
Thank you, Kay. That was absolutely fantastic. Yes, let me introduce Steve Waters. One more sentence before I do so. I really want to pick up on what Kay said about how important, how liberating, what a difference it may make if we actually see these possible futures. That's what we're trying to offer here today. What would it be like if we actually allowed different possible futures to hit us, and then to maybe place ourselves in a better position, as Kay says, to choose which we know. So now over from me to Steve, who's going to introduce the plays themselves briefly. I'll just make one further practical reminder, which is just to remind you that at the very end of the panel, which will follow this first short play, we'll have a short interval. It's not like a full-scale coffee break, just a short interval for comfort break, getting some water, that kind of stuff, and then we'll be into the second scenario. It's been such a privilege, as I say, to work with Steve on this. In my opinion, he is probably the world's leading eco-dramatist, and really I don't need to say anything more than that by way of introduction. Steve.
Thank you very much, Rupert, and thank you everybody for coming today. Very, very excited to see you all here. I don't normally introduce my plays, and I feel that there's an awful weight of expectation is building up for the play, so let's just hope it lives up to a fraction of what we've just said about it. But I think it's really useful to have a framework, because this is not an ordinary day of theatre, nor is it an ordinary day of discussion. So to understand a little bit about why these plays are as they are, I think is quite helpful. So I would say 2 or 3 things. Firstly, I would argue that each of these, there's no play today. That's the first thing I'm going to say, because a play suggests one continuous thing that builds and connects and sort of resolves. But actually what you're going to see is a series of scenarios which are unfinished. They don't connect, or at least if they do connect, they only connect in your minds. So you might find that you're drawing connections and trying to sort of add everything up into one story, but actually you're in 3 very different worlds. But what's confusing is you're with the same characters, or at least 2 characters, and then there's a third of whom I will say almost nothing. It's still very cryptic. Anyway, it should become clear in a minute. The next thing I was going to say is, we've talked already quite a lot about the future. There are no dates in the plays you're about to see, and that's very intentional. Could be next year, could be 2 weeks away, could be 10 years away. And so just hopefully just don't think about that too much. The characters are in the world that they're in, the story is taking place in the world that it takes place within. Everything else is not our responsibility. The third thing is, the advert for this piece is what do we call it? Dodo Phoenix, yeah. So we called this day Dodo Phoenix Butterfly in line with group of scenarios. But one of the things that came clear to me when we were about to plan the day was that was a hell of a day. Structurally, that is a problem, if you like, to go from a very worst scenario of all to the slightly less bad scenario to the good situation. That struck me dramaturgically as a bit of a problem. So we've swapped around, if you like, Phoenix and Dodo. I've written it with that conception in mind because it seems to me it's better to, if you hold off from the worst till we see the not so bad. But I mean, actually, it's theatre, so really none of the things we're about to say are very clear. I'm not a very clear thinker, I'm quite a model thinker actually. I find it very difficult to think about the future, so I can only really think about the characters and the situation that they're in. And I felt very strongly that I didn't want just people talking about this stuff, I wanted people in a very specific place. So yes, this is all set on the south bank of the River Yare, very close to us, near the village of Surningham. Our central characters are involved in the act of farming. That's really deliberate as well, to think about some of the things that are actually going to affect us all through their experiences of land. What else is there to tell you? Only that, just to reiterate Kay's point about provisionality. Okay, these plays didn't exist before May the 15th. We all went for a little research trip to that area. We met with farmers in the area. We talked to people running nature reserves. And partly what this is about, back to I Can't Imagine the Future, is another thing that I keep thinking about with Shakespeare's wonderful quote about how imagination needs a local habitation and a name. And I always need a local habitation and a name. So we found that in this world. And so maybe that helps us go on tiny steps into towards an imagined future. And without further ado, we're going to see the first of those plays, Phoenix. Thank you.
Never heard it so heavy before.
That hail flattened my wheat.
Wasn't it meant to abate a bit by now?
The forecast is revising it. Every other minute.
Down or up?
Up. Always up.
Right. Suppose we've done what we can.
Mm-hmm.
You park the vehicles at the top of the track?
Yeah. Joyrider's dream come true up there. Oh, I've got a brand new combine harvester.
And I'll give you the key. Kieran sandbagged the stalls, bless him.
Yeah, good lad. I see you talked up the treatments too.
Don't want Roundup in our groundwater. I'm worried about the pigs. Shouldn't we shift them?
The pigs will look after themselves. Anyway, definitely on my case if I try to shift any stock now without a licence. I don't want to fill any more forms tonight.
Fools. It's a storm. You move things out of danger.
The pigs will be fine. Ted's taken in the calves and, well, the stalls will stay dry at that night.
I cleared out all the swales and soakaways.
Yeah, you did. Top job. This is set us back a fortnight in the schedule.
Don't worry about that. Let's just get through to tomorrow.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do.
Only so much you can do. Is that thunder now?
Hard to know with all that wind.
Oh, it's hard to hear yourself think.
God knows what's doing out there on the coast.
Oh, it must be fierce out there. Never thought water could be so scary. Has it flooded here in the past?
Well, Hall might go under. Haddiscoe go under. We're too elevated.
We've still got Wi-Fi. We'll be okay.
Yeah, should be.
Love, why don't we turn in? I mean, after all, There's not much point sitting up and worrying, and I'm knackered.
No. High tide's at Yarmouth now. The surge will be with us by midnight. It's only a couple of hours. I can't sleep. I can't speak to them. You go on.
If you're staying up, I'm staying up. Didn't it flood here before?
Well, 1607, the year we were built, it flooded. But the land, not the house. It's all in the deeds. Rage of the sea, they called it.
Rage at the sea, that's exactly right.
Well, the highest in living memory is 38, but that was more up Hickling way. 53 weren't too bad here.
2007 was pretty bad.
True. You were here for that, weren't you?
You need to what?
No. No, I don't. That was the year we lost Ellie. Shocking year, that was. Till you showed.
Arty town, full of too many ideas for your farm.
You were a godsend.
I could never replace her.
You were a godsend for Amy.
I don't think she ever took to me. Was she 6 then?
Yeah, it must have been.
2007. It's like another world.
Well, you genuinely saved my life, you did.
What? What'd you say?
I don't repeat myself.
That's the sweetest thing you've ever said to me.
Wow, it's a stone-cold fact, isn't it? I got up in the dark every day, never seemed to get light, couldn't find my way out. Well, for you, I'd be sitting out there now shouting at the weather, oh, do your worst, weather, do your frickin' worst, see if I can.
Come here yourself, fuck with. Let's watch some telly, see if there's something funny on, something to make us smile.
I'm not in the mood for it. My mind's on what's out there. Look, you go upstairs, I'll hold the fort. Honest, you go.
Might have to, I'm wiped.
Oh, you do that. You do that. We'll be fine. Like you said.
Of course we will, we'll be fine. Martin! Martin! Are you upstairs, love? Oh my God! It's all over the ground floor and it's coming in from every crack and nook and... Oh, it stinks. I moved some furniture upstairs. I thought it would be river level by now, but it's just sat there like a great dark beast. Never thought water could be so angry. Sky and ground all tangled up. Stores are soaked. We must have lost maybe 10 of the Herefords. It's so dark. Dark in the lane. No lights in the village. Phone's utterly dead. Are you okay? Answer me. Oh. It's all in my socks. And my boots. Most of it is... It's salty. Salt water. Can't stop my tears, but it's not tears. It's salt. Salt water. North Sea. It's 15 miles inland. We're out to sea, Martin. Oh my God. Oh my God.
God? God's got nothing to do with it. And if he has, he's got a lot to answer for.
At least you're okay.
Oh, the trees. Oh, no, windbreak trees. They went down like pickers. They went down like picker sticks. The surge came up, as higher than ever. High tide was over the pits. It was over the beams. You think of a force of that, a push of that. That's our whole crop. Dead in the ditch. Then tally that up. That's 10 grand gone in 20 minutes.
At least we're alive. Don't think about the cost.
Yeah, for now. The current's still fast. There's more rain forecast.
You didn't go down to the river.
I couldn't get to it. I I stood on the tractor. There's carrion in it, all right. There's cars in it. There's people in it, I dare say.
Look, why are you carrying a tree?
No, I bet none of that wash got any further upstream than us. We took the full hit of it here as intended.
The down end field on the south side left unscathed.
Yeah, with that great sumpter drain.
How's anyone under 2 metres coming out of this unscathed?
I bet not an inch of it has touched Norwich. With a sacrifice on here, just like the Environment Agency said, it's just as good as said it, making space for water. Who do you think is making all the space for all the water now, eh?
Oh, I'll have lost my hives. I hope my bees got to dry land.
All those trendy dockside flats would be dry as toast. They must have opened the sluices at Cantley, diverted all the water down here to the low work land. They've been wanting a reason to get us out of there for years. They finally got the storm they needed.
Why are you carrying a tree?
Oh, thanks. It's stuck in one of our soakaways.
Bleeding.
How are we supposed to carry on, eh? When there's more and more water sat on our land for more and more months and weeks without rain when you need it, and a month and a night when you don't? How am I supposed to farm without a single stable season? I mean, how's that ever been possible since the Bible? Meanwhile, they want us to, what, go net zero, diversify, clamping, rewilding. I mean, who wants to put a tent up in a sewer, eh? How long is a beaver going to last in this filth?
Martin, come on, sit down.
Sit down. In this puddle. There's never been water in this house. Not like this. Not in 300 years. My dad would have laughed at the idea. Look at us. Swapping around in this like chickens wading through slurry. So how's that happened to us? Becky, what have we done to deserve this?
Shh. The light will come. The water will go down. The land will emerge. Help will come. Help has to come.
Is it weird of me to say this is a lovely place?
Hardly looking at our best. How did you find us?
Oh, the micro gave up in Surlingham. Lucky I brought my inflatable canoe.
I'd sort of love that.
Now the clouds have cleared, there's a queer beauty in it all. It's the whole valley, one great lake. The seabirds going mad for all the dead fish. Always winners, as well as losers.
I'm not ready to see this as beautiful.
It won't drain for days, you know. The water's locked in, downstream. You know, the Halsey defences will breach.
Oh, I guessed as much. So, you're here to check up on people?
Yeah, that's about right.
Did you get sight of Ted Jackson at the next farm along?
Oh, house was dark, garden awash. I paddled up to the glass houses, live cables in the water. I heard a dog barking somewhere I couldn't get to.
Poor old Ted. Oh, mind you, he's a cantankerous old git. 73, no game plan, no descendants.
He might be fine. You'll hear our helicopter doing a survey. Ooh, yeah, I see what you mean about the sewage.
The breeze just won't cut it. Sorry, did you say who you work for?
Oh, I suppose we should just be grateful we're not at Great Yarmouth.
Oh, God, yes. Have you any news of the latest toll?
Oh, double figures, possibly higher. It was just so quick. I mean, the blue lights couldn't get through. The messaging was, well, there wasn't any coherent messaging.
Guess that's down to your call.
Well, apportioning blame is a distraction right now. Will your husband be joining us?
He's assessing and salvaging. I mean, we're not married.
It'd just be great to do my spiel to you both, save repeating myself.
Well, you say that, but I warn you. If you're the district council, you're not his greatest star. And if you're the Broads Authority, he thinks you're a sick joke. And if you're at the Environment Agency, well, I really can't count on your safety.
We can't afford petty grudges anymore.
Petty, excuse me.
Becky, look, I'm here to help. In order to do that, I need to get a few facts from you, from both of you. You run this place together?
We've a lad from Rockland who keeps the pigs, kept our pigs. Kieran.
So you lost your pigs?
Swept up in the first breach. They're intelligent little critters, but they didn't move fast enough.
So besides the pigs, you've 50 or so hectares, largely arable?
Mainly rape with some potatoes and carrots, wheat for feedstock.
And much of it presumably lost?
Presumably. Might say the spuds are on higher ground, but the wheat, most of the rape, not sure about the carrot, but that was largely fodder.
Oh, it's okay. Take a moment.
What even happens to the soil? Soil that gets salty.
Oh, not good. Maybe that's for when you're stronger?
Just tell me.
So, apparently it becomes a kind of sodium clay with the consistency of putty, and you mustn't plough it, otherwise it literally turns to concrete when the air gets in.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, if you pray, I pray for lots and lots of rain.
I think we've had quite enough rain.
Oh yeah, not now, not yet, of course, just, flush it all out.
Our soil, how long till we can plough it again?
God, could take 4 years to wash it out. I mean, in the absence of any more events like this.
4 years?
Possibly longer.
4 years? We won't last 4 days. 4 years? Are you sure about that?
No one's sure of anything, Becky. This situation is unprecedented. So, the Covey's a family farm, so would you say you're a partnership?
How's this any of your business? How do you even know any of this?
Land deeds, electoral register, your website, hearsay, I suppose.
Yes, I have been talking to.
Well, look, maybe, as I say, it would be best to wait until Martin. It is Martin.
So you looked it up last night, did you? I mean, what is this? Are you the police or something?
Becky. Sorry, do you mind if I call you Becky?
And what's your name? And where's your verification, your documents?
Oh, all in the car, I'm afraid. Well, not my name. I'm Amy.
Amy?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Oh, is that relevant?
Just tell me how it's spelled, please.
Okay. 1 I, 2 E's. My joke is I'm sorted for E's at least. John Stalker?
I know who Jervis Cocker is. I don't just listen to Hank Williams and Farming Today. Okay, Amy.
Doesn't usually elicit this kind of reaction.
So, I'm not from round here, and farming's not in my blood, and just at the moment, I can't really have this chat, because we're trying to put our lives back together.
Becky, okay, I will stop you there. So, we've agreed that last night was a game changer, and yes, the natural temptation after a trauma is to re-establish normality. It's clean up, put some makeup on, reset to the day before yesterday, right?
That's the plan.
I regret to say there is no longer any day before yesterday to reset to. If that is the old world of family farms doing their own family thing, and supermarkets doing their supermarket thing, and consumers doing their consuming thing, and all of it somehow working out okay. No, that day before yesterday is gone. The world of insurance payouts, of DEFRA payouts, that's all gone. I guess I'm here to help you accept that.
You're making me feel a bit breathless.
I mean, much of this house will be salvageable, of course. It'll sell at a discounted rate, and you might redeem some of your higher fields, your surviving livestock, and there will be some undamaged equipment you can monetize, fire sale, as it were. But in all honesty, calling this a flood slightly gives the wrong impression. I think we need to think of it as a realignment. It's a coastal realignment, a vast new embayment in this valley. And, well, when I say new, perhaps another way of looking at it is a reset to the default. A return to the post-Ice Age marine incursion, when this whole valley was essentially an ocean estuary, navigable by deep-hulled boats. Yes, the ecology we currently cherish will be gone. Salt marsh will predominate, which, whilst it has its own charms, immediately we will only mourn the losses. Much of the life confined to the water is stuck in an evolutionary cul-de-sac, you might say. The swallowtail butterfly, Britannicus, the bitterns. But there will be gains, as I say, even if the first sight of what persists after the waters go down will be upsetting. In time, this will be the default, and what we now mourn, we'll forget entirely. You okay, Becky? Oh, great! Good timing. This must be Martin.
Who's this?
Oh, I'm Amy. Good to meet you.
Amy, don't dick me about. Not today.
With an I and two E's. Never usually get this reaction. I'm here to help you take the next step.
Right. Nice to meet you, Amy, with an I and two E's. So, how do you like your handiwork today, then, eh?
Martin, don't.
I'm not sure I follow you.
I said, how do you like your handiwork? Or are you here to tell me this is all some, act of God, some, force majeure, is that it?
Look, this is probably not the right time to see that. Emotion is very heightened, and I have other places to visit, but we've started the conversation.
Yeah, okay. More fault than bully and bother, is it? Before you go back to your nice, clean, dry offices with your devices and your artisan pastries and your spreadsheets.
Look, I have my cards here at least. You can call me when things settle.
Yeah, you come to rub me, don't you? Yeah, it'll be some MP next. Come down here with his brand new waders with the price tag still in him, sitting in his German car waiting up the lane.
Honestly, no idea what you're talking about, but fine.
Well, just clear off out of it then. We don't want what you got, whatever you got, we don't need it, we don't want it. Just clear off.
He's upset. We're both upset.
I've never been clearer. I see what she's doing.
Maybe we can't afford to look the gift horse in the mouth, but just at the moment, we're not ready to think about tomorrow with someone who has no idea what we do or why.
Actually, my parents were farmers. Oh, look at the shock on your face. Yeah, and one of many things that drove me insane about them was that everything was some conspiracy. Every event was one more twist to the knife, as if the world owed farmers a living, whether they were good, bad, indifferent, whether they killed every living thing in sight, whether they chased walkers with pitchforks, treated them animals like units of cost. Somehow, farmers were always the victims. But guess what? You're not alone in your loss. Yeah, you're in with the traumatised pensioners in daycare centres, with schools under sewage, with small businesses ruined. Yet when bad stuff happens to a farm, it's a full-on Greek tragedy. But to me, you are just another business, and not only that, a business hoovering up public money, so you won't see me weeping crocodile tears here. Okay? 4 more holdings to see before lunchtime. I'll be back with the paperwork when the waters go down. I can't promise anything generous, but we'll tot up your losses with an algorithm which reckons up a one-off payment in terms of acreage, which might tide you over. Excuse the pun. Right, take care now, both of you.
Bloody insult to bloody, or what's the phrase?
Injury. Certainly bloody full of herself.
Do you remind you of anyone?
Just a bit.
Should I go after her? Apologise.
I wouldn't bother.
No.
Martin, did you see my bees? I know I've lost my hives, but I wondered if they might have fled up into the copse.
No. I didn't see no things. I'm sorry. Oh, thanks. What the fuck do we do now, mate?
Well, I think it's too soon to think about it, but perhaps we have to think about why we're here. Everyone else moves on, changes. We stay here trying to make it work.
I don't know nothing else. This land's family. We fill bellies with this land. I don't see the harm in it.
So we nurture the soil until it recovers. Let the land sleep. Let it sit for a while. Let the house dry out, build defences around it, shift our lives upstairs, eat breakfast upstairs. What's a breakfast?
Breakfast. Yeah, I'm not starved, I'm giddy.
Yes. Let the riverside marsh become marsh. Let it all inland as far as it needs to go. Let the land be a sponge, a breakwater. I don't have the ideas yet, but they'll come in time, as will yours. That's what farmers do. They adapt. Right, Martin?
So I'm Lucy Farrant, I'm associate producer here, and it seems both a very long time ago and a very short time ago since we all sat around a table in the Sainsbury Centre at UEA in October last year and thought about how we could bring this to fruition, and I'm so glad we're here now and in front of such a lovely audience. So I'll hand over to Josiah. Hello.
Hello. That was quite powerful, wasn't it? My name is Josiah Meldrum, and I'm a co-founder of a small business called Progmadot, which works with farmers addressing some of those issues that we just see today now. I'll start to go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ed Gillespie, 25-year environmental campaigner, director of Greenpeace, one half of the Future Ops, the podcast with John Richardson and Mark Stevenson.
Oh, to you both.
So, Angie, do you want to start with your kind of immediate reaction?
Well, it brought back memories, unfortunately. Memories of 2015. I remember having to go to the doctors, and I was listening to a farmer who works up in Whatendorf, which is a small valley down the Borrowdale Valley in Keswick. It's really remote. And he was talking about the power of the water and what it had done. And funnily enough, I'm trustee of a youth hostel beneath that farm, and it had taken off almost to the gable end the land. It just wiped the whole valley clean of debris, and all the debris was further down. But his way he was talking about it, I remember, and listening to Martin and Becky talk about what happened reminded me about what this old fella, and he was just talking, but he's very practical, very Cumbrian, very matter of fact about holding on to his door. That's all he could do, hold on to his door at one point. So my first impression is of that is the memory of it. And the second thing from my perspective is, and this is really, I may well be the only person in this, is that I remember taking the decision not to send anybody down that valley, because A, I couldn't get anyone down there, and B, more people lived in Carlisle. And one of it isn't my only perspective, my immediate perspective for a fact is that people like me in positions like that will make decisions based on the most people they can save. And people like Martin and Becky may not be the people we prioritise, and we'll make decisions to do that. And that's very, very difficult for people that make decisions, but most impactful on those smaller communities that may not have a future.
Yeah, well, it felt very hyper-local to me. I was actually born and bred in Brundle on the wrong side of the air, and I live in Loddon, so spent many of my teenage years at Surlingham, so it's a very hyper-local thing there. There's a number of things that sort of came through for me. There's that familiarity and incredulity simultaneously of the conversation that's being had with this, the conventional tempestuous British relationship with the weather, but also the immediacy of those short-term meteorological concerns versus long-term change, which is always the thing we battle with, short-term and long-term. Everything's falling apart around you, and yet you can't plan for what's coming next. And that sense of bureaucratic overwhelm, that you can't fill out the forms, you can't get on top of anything. They're trying to replace a wooden pedestrian footbridge in Loddon at the moment over the river. The parish council has budgeted £75,000 to do it, and that's like, we could do it with 5 blokes and a pile of wood in a weekend. You can't do it because we're bureaucratically overwhelmed. I think there's something about the grim predictability of the surge. I used to be a marine biologist. I came across the word zemblanity the other day. I don't know if anyone knows zemblanity. It's the opposite of serendipity. So serendipity is encountering lovely things by accident. Zemblanity is encountering negative things by design. And if anything feels like zemblanity, it's climate. And there's that sense of acceleration of history, with the frequency and intensity of the increasing storms, juxtaposed with that sort of will-be-fine stoicism that somehow, will soldier our way through. And I mean, you touched on the beginning, Andy, that whole relationship with water, where we can't live without it, where we can't live with an excess of it, is really in there. And in a way, that surge just brought to mind images of the tsunami, this great inundation, this relentlessness, this irresistibility, this sort of devastating impact of what it must feel like to be in that sacrifice zone, which but then made me think on a more international and global basis about the sacrifice zones that already exist. Those places in the global south that are already experiencing these extremes. So, like football, it's coming home. And there was another thought that was also when the actors talked about farming without seasons, which made me think of David Graeber, and the sort of philosophy of agriculture, when he was saying, when we were foragers, we were in relationship with nature. So we took nature's gifts as bounty. And that kind of farming without seasons is part of that agricultural is battle metaphor, where it's very much transactional, where nature becomes the enemy because it's interfering with the process of food production and cultivation. And that sense that help will come. Perhaps there is this delusion of patriarchal control, and hey, we've got some big leadership challenges combined with that officious lack of empathy that can come across. I think that's one thing, in answer to Kay's point, so we have to relinquish that, help ain't coming from above, probably. And I think, that irreversibility of some of the salination of the soil just feels like the drumbeat of the IPCC, unequivocal, unprecedented, inevitable, irreversible on human timescales, 4 words to really grip onto in terms of the clarification. And that idea that the world of the day before yesterday is gone, which again is this chronicle of a tragedy foretold, the zemblanity of negative encounters by design through lack of sagacity, through lack of wisdom. It's not a flood, it's a realignment. And I feel that. I live in Loddon, I am 2 metres above sea level, and I think I deliberately chose to put myself there after, 30 years away from my Norfolk roots, because I want to be in the front row. I jokingly call Loddon Mill, where I live now, the Mill of Impermanence, because it might well be. And I guess finally, it's like there's something in this sort of complexity of conspiracy where we want to attribute blame, duck our own responsibilities, and become, again, a bit more individualistic. And that does smack a little bit of victim culture. And I think one of the key challenges is how do we endure this experience without succumbing to victimhood? The why me, us. And that is part of this stoicism. Because if you are going to be able to, as the characters were saying right at the end, nurture, restore, and adapt, we have to choose the right relationship to change and not succumb to that victimhood.
Thanks, Ed, that's great. I think taking a lot of what Ed said, but also there's a real feeling of time, and the nature of time. And I think we were talking, if that was framed as sometime in the future, but this is happening now across the world, and it's happening here, and it's happened here in the past. And it will happen again, and it will happen with increasing intensity and frequency. And I think also in relation to time, there's the kind of deep time of farming, of settled agriculture, and that move away from a kind of cyclical nomadism and collection of food to settled farming, which has been gifted to us by a very, very stable climate over millennia. And that farming tends to look back at patterns and repeat those patterns and adapt them slowly. And it doesn't have the capacity to make really, really rapid changes. It's not an adaptive system in that sense. And it's very difficult to do that because although we've spent 20,000 years othering ourselves from nature in Western Europe and from the Fertile Crescent, we are still intrinsically linked to nature in terms of our food production. We depend on those ecosystems to do that. And if they're perturbed, if they're disrupted, then it becomes very, very difficult to do that. And I think we saw a really interesting kind of interesting tension between the sort of the bureaucrat that came in the end, Amy, who maybe has some sort of ecological interests in the changes that are happening and understands those changes, and the farmers' sort of desire to keep doing what they've been doing. And I think there's a really important thing about what farming is, and it's not a job in a traditional sense. I work with farmers every day at Oberdorf. We're talking to farmers constantly about what we're seeing with patterns of climate and weather changes and how that means they need to change their cropping systems, how they can introduce more resilience through diversity onto their farms. But the fundamental thing about farming is that it's not a job. It's an identity that's bound to the land. And so it's not a simple case of suggesting that you move or that you take on some other livelihood. That's not how farmers think, and it's not how they function. And so when we're thinking in a slightly frustrated way about why it is they won't change or move or do something differently, there was some really, and we saw that very much in the play, the discussions and conversations they were having. It's not a straightforward matter, just moving. And I think there was also some really interesting things about scale and a kind of the conflict between thinking at different scales. So clearly Amy was coming into the situation about the whole of the Broads, the whole of East Anglia, a wider system and the way that was changing. The farmers were thinking very much at the scale of their own holding and the boundary of that holding and what they could affect within that, and weren't able, for all sorts of reasons, partly because of their identity and their work, to think beyond those limits. And I think we all need to think much more about time, about the time, cosmic time, about time as measured by our lifespans, about time as measured by the species, the beings that we share the world with, and how we have to take that into consideration. We have to move away, I think, from clock time and from a lot of the language of clock time that forces us to feel a sense of urgency, in a very modern sense, the meaning of the word urgency, an urgency about making change happen. And sometimes we need to step back and think about how time functions in that context. Anyway, that's all I was going to say.
Well, that's great. Thank you for those immediate reactions. Perhaps for the next 10-15 minutes, if you want to discuss between yourselves that Phoenix scenario, which is here, as you said, Josiah, actually is here. And perhaps think about the things that Kay said so well. Thinking about what can we relinquish, what do we value, and how do we build resilience, particularly among communities like the isolated ones that, as Andy said, actually won't be the first to be saved. And that farming community which is so embedded in the land. So I'll hand over to you. I won't be a school mom and regulate how we do this, but I'll just hand it over to you.
Where do we start? So I moved to a hill. After living in an area that could be flooded, I moved to a hill, and I look down on Copland now. And funnily enough, the Romans lived there. That's the first real settlements were there.
So am I crazy then?
Yeah. My partner's ex-partner, he lives at Waterside, and he's like you. He will not give up, and he's embedded in his place. It's like that, and actually Copland's like that as well. And I think, whilst I'm a self-avowed pessimist, I also believe in communities as well. And one of the things that struck me is that we're talking about rural communities, and I've lived in cities, and many as you will have, and the resilience of communities in cities is limited because they're more dependent on supply chains. One of the things that struck me, and Josiah, maybe you want to speak about this as a farmer, is how important what happens to, it isn't just a matter of Martin and Becky retreating from the land, because people in the cities need that food in order to be resilient.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know if everyone remembers about almost 20 years ago, there were some really severe winters, and we, at the time I was working for an organic producers co-op, and we were invited down to City Hall in order to talk to their emergency planners about what might happen if food couldn't get into London, and how we would arrange to ensure that there were still supplies going into the city. And we said we couldn't. If it was the safety of our drivers, of our farmers, if we can't cut the vegetables, we can't get them into London. And I think there was a huge dawning realisation that they were dependent on half a dozen regional distribution centres, these big sheds that supermarkets use. There's no milling capacity in the city, there's hardly any food production capacity in a large city. Norwich has lost it as well. We ran a project called the Norwich Resilient Food Project about 15 years ago with an NGO called East Anglia Food Link, and we realised that Norwich's historic food production capacity along the river is now all swimming pools and cinemas and luxury flats, and there are no mills, there are no reasonable sized bakeries to supply everyone with bread. There's no food production capacity. It's completely reliant on those roads that come in and bring the food in from large factories. And they're very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, you talked about the tsunami, didn't you, about the sacrifice zone, and in Japan, they have this concept of tsukigai, which is, how you build the water will come over it, roughly. But they have this idea of networks as well, and so they try and think differently to the way we've built our society, where, if we join hands together like that, we're stronger. If we join hands together like that, we're stronger. And it's really important. And communities can do that, but we can't think in isolation. We've got to think in terms of that connection. It's good to hear that we're having those conversations and speaking to emergency planners about how fragile systems are.
I think as a business, Obradod, and the way that it engages with farmers and with researchers and thinkers and artists and makers, is to think of a relational network of supply rather than a linear supply chain. We have this in our minds, we've got a farmer at one end, and we've got a consumer at the other end, and we've got various gatekeepers, logistically and in terms of value and knowledge in between. And at the two ends of those things are quite distant, and we need to completely reshape how we think about supply, and then we need to think about it as a network with nodes of information and knowledge.
Do you not think we've learned? I mean, one of the things that strikes about this is that this isn't a notional conversation, because we've just all been through a pandemic. I don't know, being aware of that, but and I always say, because it's very difficult talking about 3 or 4 years ago. It was impossible to talk about this because so few people have experienced it. And now everyone's experienced. You're all survivors. You're either a victim or a survivor. There's one of the two. You either died or you lived during that pandemic, or there can't be a single person in this room who doesn't know someone that died. So you've all got the experience. You've got the experience. So what is just amazing is how people just try and get on with their lives, despite the fact that we're in a global pandemic. We're not out of a global pandemic, and it's happening, and it's totally predictable. We didn't plan for it. Millions of people have died. Hundreds, tens of millions of people have died.
But isn't the kind of the response to that also that actually what we're seeing right now, and that is everyone's desire to get back to the day before yesterday?
Yes.
And back to whatever semblance of normality. So it's not necessarily a Phoenix-like reboot. It's a desperate clawing back of something that was perceived to be lost.
Can we?
Yeah. Well,
Can we do that? I mean, it's an open question. What do you think?
I think we can. One of the things in terms of the mutual aid networks, which I think have sprung up during the pandemic and probably have driven everyone crazy on WhatsApp. We're all kind of policing each other, going, well, everyone shut up on this WhatsApp group. Not relevant. Which again is just a microcosm of society on your phone. But I do think that there is that potential. I mean, one of the things way back before the pandemic, I gave a talk at the Bank of England on low probability but high impact risks. And we talked then about extreme climate events, pandemics and economic crises, which are these things that sort of appear to come out of left field and then have devastating consequences. And they're unlikely, but when they happen, they're huge. And this is before the pandemic, and then of course, you know, we had all three, and then war, you know, layered on top of that. And I mean, I think the thing I wanted to sort of spin off on back to Josiah was when you were talking about farmers' identity to the land. I've just been reading James Reback's, you know, English Pastoral, and the way he structures that book is really interesting because he talks about the sort of 3 generations in his family of farming in the Lake District. You know, the first section is called Nostalgia, the second one is Progress, and the third is Utopia. And it's clear, obviously, that, you know, we're sort of arguing in some ways that, you know, farmers are very resistant to change. And yet, that story, and I don't know how much it replicates the experience of farmers across the country, was totally about, you know, abandoning grandfather's relationship with the land in the teeth of progress and mechanisation and scale and that very utilitarian instrumental approach to productivity, where soil is treated as a growth medium, not a kind of community of beings, and how to flip that. And, you know, whilst it's a pretty gripping and quite grief-filled read about the transition, he does end on a hopeful note, doesn't he, about that ability of farmers to actually embrace change better. I don't know what extent you see the appetite of that with the farmers that you work with.
Yeah, I mean, the whole post-war kind of productivist drive and what happened, you know, even coming back from a war where we never wanted to be reliant on North Atlantic convoys ever again, and there was a huge drive, that we're not seeing with climate change. We're not seeing that drive for change in the way that we saw then. A huge focus on mobilising the country to prepare or to be ready for something terrible like this to happen again. And so farmers really backed that. They were paid to do that, and there was a very strong set of policy, carrots and sticks, to make that change happen. And I don't really see that happening at the moment. I mean, James Reback is really interesting because what took him so long, in a way? I mean, he's written a fantastic book, but he'd written other books which and was quite vocal about how people like me might have been telling him that their farming system needed to change. And it's interesting, how do we negotiate that conversation with farmers without the policy there, without the real drivers there? And you know, farming in the UK hadn't really changed for 5,000 years. You know, the tools that were being used immediately pre-war, Second World War, and afterwards would have been recognised by those Neolithic early settlers, sickles and hand tools and processes like picking stones and things. And we had this incredible change, as you say. We could have that change again. We could have that incredible change. There is a real sort of, I'm going to use the word groundswell, because I've just been at an event called Groundswell, which is a farmers' event where farmers are looking at regenerative practice, how they can feed the soil, how they can rebuild those communities, how they can be prepared for these changes, how they can reduce their dependence on synthetic inputs, which of course were the great green revolution tool that were promised to feed the planet, but at the same time to cause us to eat the planet. It could be done, but...
Well, should we all go down the George Monbiot route of precision fermentation of protein and then rewild the landscape so it's not about food production? I don't want to do that, by the way.
It's interesting. George Monbiot spoke at Groundswell to a very packed hall full of farmers, and he's very compelling and coherent in his argument. For me, I feel that a big part of food and farming, and the word agriculture includes the word culture, and it's what shapes us in the way we think and the way we interact, and our language is shaped by farming over settled agriculture's long history. And I think it's going to be very difficult for us to completely abandon that and to move to, as you say, nuclear-powered, genetically engineered fermentation vessels. I feel like that's a harder sell than doing what I do, which is encouraging people to eat more beans. Monbiot dismisses beans in a single sentence. So, yes, yeah, because he doesn't think we can affect dietary shift, which is really interesting because he's proposing a massive dietary shift.
Yeah, I would say that's politics. Yeah.
So, yesterday yesterday we were looking at lots of different creative responses to where we are now, as well as lots of scientific responses. And the phrase that stuck with me was, if we as storytellers cannot imagine a positive future, how can we make it? So kind of bearing that in mind, what would each of you say is something that we can do now, all of us, to build that resilience, whether in our role as farmers or storytellers or economists or disaster scenario inventors or helpers? What can we do?
Be realistic. Okay. We struggle. You want to take a positive outlook, but I don't actually believe there is a particularly positive framework ahead of us for the next 20 or 30 years. I mean, you talked about. With Bank of England, sorry, I lost the thread there. I didn't know too much the Bank of England. You were talking about stuff that the government tells you. It's called the National Risk Register. It's a publicly available document. You can read it online. It tells you what the government risks are. If you read it, and no one did, it mentioned pandemic, economic crisis, and things like that. These things are going to happen. You mentioned the IPCC report. These are embedded changes that are happening and will be irreversible. So be realistic. It doesn't mean you have to be fatalistic, because you're all going to die at some point. Does that mean if you're fatalistic, you wouldn't be sitting here right now because you've got a positive outlook? For goodness sake, be realistic and face the problems head on. Be honest with yourself. It's the hardest thing to do for a human being, because we all deceive ourselves every day of the week, which is why I need our friends and our colleagues and our loved ones to help us through that. That's the power of the community, to be realistic.
I totally agree with that. I think, interestingly, there's a brilliant book by Robert Trivers called Deceit, Why We Lie to Ourselves in Order to Deceive Others, which I thoroughly recommend.
Boris Johnson read it.
No, it starts off with a scientific experiment in which they place erectile monitors on the old chaps of people with vocal homophobic tendencies and then show them gay pornography. With the unsurprising result that the people with the most vocal homophobic arguments are the ones who are most aroused by the
A long way from farming.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, just thought I'd throw that one in. Lighten the mood. I mean, I often go back to like my old compatriot George Marshall, who always says, you know, the most radical thing you can do about climate change is talk about bloody climate change and not allow the conversation to be shut down like politics and religion around the dinner table. The conversations are difficult, but I think it's absolutely essential, if you're going to be realistic and engaged, to be able to couch them and frame them in ways which people don't dismiss and really connect to. I found Jeremy Lentz, The Web of Meaning, a very brilliant book in that regard, about how to sort of broach these conversations that people don't instantly push people into defensiveness, but actually open them up to the kind of collective reimagination, which is what is required in every sector. You know, I think one of the reasons we're in such a sort of crisis of leadership right now is the absolute fundamental poverty of imagination, you know, on policy and strategy. I mean, it's visible. It's the worst it's been in my lifetime. And it's not that the ideas aren't out there, they're just dismissed by the incompetence of the political mainstream right now. And I think that applies across most parties to a greater or less degree, with the notable exception, obviously, of the brilliant Green Party, who also get distracted by other things. So I think it's about having that radical conversation. And I often quote William Gibson, the sci-fi writer, who said, you know, the future's out there, it's just not evenly distributed yet. And then some wag on Twitter the other day said, the collapse is out there, it's just not evenly distributed yet. And I think it's that knife-edged thing. So I spend so much of my time trying to shine the spotlight and the searchlight of awareness onto those small, wonderful, innovative, creative projects which are creating the world we need tomorrow today. You know, I think what Desire does is definitely a part of that. You know, my fantasy would be something like, you know, if you could take an agroforestry project like Wakelands and replicate that.
So, I mean,
Yeah, but that's what I mean. And you can see a landscape which would be completely different. It would be full of biodiversity, it would be massively resilient, it would be so productive, it would generate vast amounts of work and connection back to the wonders of the soil. And I think when you see something as stark as the aerial photo of that little 50-acre enclave surrounded by this monocultural desert of fields, you're like going, that's the answer. You know, and if that was rolled out across these two counties, it would be transformative.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think, you know, we carried out this project looking at whether Norwich had what level of resiliency there was in the food system, pretty bleak, in 2008-9, and did some advocacy work, policy level, local level, at national level, with East Anglia Food Link, and became actually frustrated by the lack of imagination and creative thinking amongst those places, and began just to do something small, to create something that was understood and recognised both by farmers but also by policy, which is to do something transactional with farmers. And that kind of that economic activity, that's kind of respected. You're a business, and therefore you have amazingly you have a voice, which you don't have if you're just an NGO. You're much more easily dismissed. And we've used that as a lever for change. And when I go and do talks about what we do, I always begin with whoever I'm talking to, with the framing. I have grown up for 40 years with the climate emergency. I'd like to say creeping up on us, but it doesn't feel like it's crept at all. It's been leaping and bounding towards us. And I think it's important that we keep that in the conversation at all times. We're not just a lovely business that connects people with farms. We are that, but we're also trying to be a demonstration of what change could look like and how that would happen. And 15 years ago, I remember going on tours of Wakeley's agroforestry with Professor Martin Morphy, who's now sadly dead, and people would get off the back of the trailer halfway around because it was madness, and that's not how you farm. Now, all of the big agencies, from Natural England are recruiting agroforestry experts, DEFRA recruiting consultants to look at agroforestry, the National Trust implementing Soil Association, finally get it. The Woodland Trust are seeing agroforestry as a way of encouraging more trees into landscapes. It's highly productive. Monbiot again writes it off in a sentence, but and you're right. That field, that huge field of wheat, which is completely reliant on being soaked in chemicals almost every week of the year, through from planting to harvest, and then afterwards. Employs less than one person on a tractor and makes almost no money. It's almost completely dependent on subsidies. Farmers make about £8 a hectare from producing food. The rest of it is all in other sorts of payments and diversification. There are plenty of different figures to
£8.
About £8, yeah. And the agroforestry system, 50 acres, is supporting at the moment about 7.5 jobs. Loads of different enterprises using different parts of the agroforestry, from dye plants and timber and wood, through to food produced in the annual rows. There's just fibre. There's just so much that can happen in that space.
What about the scenario we've watched with Martin and Becky, where there's been this huge breach that could be permanent? How does farming in this area adapt to that?
I think this is where
they were sitting here. What would you say?
I think this is where this is the really difficult conversation, because this is where the whole thing about scale and time comes in, and their personal experience, which is disastrous and devastating. We need to find some way of managing and mitigating the impact that it's had on their lives and their livelihoods, but also thinking more broadly about how we affect a change that's going to create new jobs and new opportunities and restore a lot of the uses that people destroyed.
Does that not mean that the inevitability needs to be sort of rather than having a tipping point that they just have overnight, rather than to adapt and mitigate and become more resilient over time? Your words, over time, rather than just wait for it to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. I did my undergraduate dissertation at UEA, and I looked at how farmers respond to policy in a broad area, and whether you can affect change through policy, and whether you can affect behavioural change in the long term through the implementation of policy. And the farmers that I interviewed, and this is almost 25 years ago, were talking then about how salination was happening behind the cedar fences, and how brackish water was coming in some of the pores. It's not new, and there has been, those conversations will be happening in the boards amongst farming communities. They know that this is happening. But it's a really difficult, because it's not being spoken of properly at policy level.
Okay. I just want to say, I'm going to say relative, it sounds very optimistic, but my daughter was in Ecuador. I don't know if anyone even aware that there's massive instability in Ecuador at the moment. Huge amount of civil instability, particularly from indigenous communities affected by tipping points of change. And one thing that worries me is that what happened to Martin and Becky on a grand scale means that some of the managed change that you're talking about can't happen, because you need a coherent community to do that. And when people are faced with starvation, they act and respond in a very different way to the one we might want to, or what we would want to.
Well, that is a great note to take us towards the next play. And I'm going to suggest that conversation was so scintillating that we just let it rest there and forego our Q&A and keep ourselves on time schedule. There'll be loads of time for Q&A discussion.
They finally declared a severe drought. I thought bloody extreme would be more like it. Nothing but algal puddles in them, guys. I can't abstract from the river, not that filth, not even if they last. Used up all the grey water too. Oh yeah, they've slapped a restriction order on us. I haven't seen them enforce it. There's not much to ask for, is it? A spot of rain. Nothing but blue skies and then 5-day forecast. I'm sick of the sight of the sun. It'll be 34 degrees by 11 o'clock. They said it could be up to 40 by 3. How's that working? Mid-May. They don't even remark on it anymore. Forecasters are bored of repeating themselves.
Scorchio.
What's that?
Scorchio.
What are you sitting in there that for? You must be roasting. How's it going? Same story. Let's have a look, see. I've won. Brood house gone. Well, that'll happen. I've 2. Varroa mass infection. Well, that'll be them obvious keepers down the road, won't it? They've got no hive hygiene. Hive 3 dead out. Well, that don't mean nothing particular. Hive 4, ditto. Hive 5, ant infestation. I'd probably sort that out for you. Hive 6, European brood infection. Oh, crikey. Okay, alright. Hive 7.
I'm not a beekeeper anymore, I'm a bee undertaker.
Oh, Becky. I'm sorry, that's a streak of bad luck.
Heaps of them. Ankle deep, I swept them into the yard. I sprayed and burnt the hives. Now any bee left living so dozy, stingy, drunken, narcotics and befuddled by neonics. Legs up, skittering around.
Well, I don't think neonics would be the cause. That we stopped using that stuff 5 years ago.
Their effects linger in the soil.
Oh, come on, Bex. We don't know that for sure, do we? Anyway, look. It doesn't. Luckily, good thing is we don't depend on the money.
Just my little hobby.
No, that's not what I meant.
Just a
No.
little bit of pin money.
No, Bex, come on.
I said to you, we needed more and bigger field edge.
Oh,
strips.
come on. You know we did that. We tried all.
More bee-friendly cover crops every season.
Yeah, well, with that too. Come on, we've been all over this.
We
We've been all around
created
town.
a desert, miles without a single nectar source.
Oh, well, all right. What about me seeding all them oxide daisies in the margins and poppies?
Not blaming you.
Well, it looks like it from where I sat.
A field is not a factory floor or a warehouse to be swept clean of any life that dares venture in. Flowers are not weeds. Life's not some sort of infestation.
Right, I've got no idea where you're going with this now.
Farms used to be havens of life. The yellow hanger in the hedge, the sparrow darting at spilled grain, the dung beetles breaking down cowpats, the pond in the field gap where the frogs sing in the night.
That's very poetic, but how's that any of that helpful now, eh, Bex?
We go
I mean, how's that
about
going to
our
help your
business.
bees or my...
Making our land into a spreadsheet.
Come on, Becky, there's no need for that. Come on, Phil.
When I first came, you went out of your way to point things out to me.
Well, put that down to me being lovesick.
Of your corn buntings and your cornflowers. Now you're just sat in that pod with your ear pods in, scanning the GPS, turning the site into digits and units.
Look, Becky, I know you're upset. I get that, all right? But don't be putting all this on me. Look, I'm up to my eyes in debt. With the fuel prices going up so high, the outgoings are annihilating my income. I'm up to my eyeballs in debt. How is some half-assed agri-tinkering around the edges going to sort that out, eh?
Wow, the way you talk about it.
Well, it's a pipe dream. This is a farm. It's a working farm. That might be all right for a small holding, but not for a business. Leave that stuff to them. Leave that stuff to the nature reserves with their charity takings and their hordes of townies swooning over a patch of scrub land. And leave that to them weekend farmers who are sit pretty on their parents' premiums.
All your hard-nosed bottom line talk. Look out of the window. How's that working out?
Well, all I've got to work with is the land, the new input, the new gear. That's all I've got to work with.
The land is dying.
Yeah, plus somebody's got to feed the world. Let somebody else worry about the precious birds and bees.
Well, we don't really know, do we? Hardly any of this goes into anyone's belly. Maybe if it really were, we could justify this damage.
Look. Ukraine goes tits up, right? Okay, so suddenly rapeseed oil prices are off the charts and I see that our fields can pay for everything we need. What am I supposed to do? Wait for some stewardship payment when I know I can sweat that land and make it balance the books? Someone's got to look after the future of this farm.
Great, well done. And here it is.
Here's what? Here's what?
The future of the farm. A genuine dead zone. Life keep out. That's what we should have nailed to the farm gate.
Come on, Bex, we've discussed all this. I'm all for your bloody butterflies.
Oh, listen to that score.
No, it is not scoring.
Name one.
No, I'm not time for that.
Name a butterfly you've seen this year, because you know your butterflies. Have you seen a gatekeeper? A cabbage white?
Well, they're flipping pests, they are, aren't they?
Oh, when their numbers are high, maybe, but now I gasp if I see even one. It's a red letter day if I see a cabbage white. You won't see a tortoiseshell, a red admiral. You won't even see a speckled wood since you ripped out that copse.
Right, okay. I'm off. I'm into the fields. I haven't got time for this fucking crisp pack and crap.
Oh, good. Go and see my area. Because how do you think those fields were being pollinated? And why is your crop half shot and bolted?
It turns out it wasn't your bees, was it? Fat lot of you, they turned out to be your pollinators.
Yes, correct, Martin. It wasn't our honeybees doing the unpaid work of transporting pollen. Turned out it was the wild bees that we starved to death. The buff-tailed bumblebee, or the hoverfly, or the minor bee, or the mason bee, or even the poor despised wasp.
Look, there's one thing holding back them crops, and one thing only, that's water stress. All right, it hasn't had any rain. They're dying on their arse. They're withered to the root. They've been forward too early, and now they're dying.
What's that down to, that lack of rain?
Oh, right, yeah, climate change. I suppose that's my fault too, is it? What about there's atrocious water husbandry up on their new housing estate up on the hill with frickin' B-days in their ensuites? Or them tow rags at Anglia Water, spaffing away our supplies instead of bringing this back to me. I'm up to my eyeballs in debt. I'm in a blind panic what to do next. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for nothing, Max.
I'm sorry, Martin. I get it, love. I get you have to believe what you say. And that we need to think the cause is somewhere else. But here, I tell myself the same stories. But now I'm out of patience with stories. We should listen to her.
Don't bring this back to her.
She was on the money. You belittled her, I stood by, because I'm not her mother or... I played my part.
When your own daughter calls you a killer to your face, when your own daughter pours shit over your way of life, your family's way of life, how am I meant to hear that?
It was not well done. She was angry and she was probably grieving, but she was right.
Right? What does that mean, right?
I don't know, but I know this is wrong. I can't do it. I can't be part of this.
Becky! Becky, where are you going? Becky, where are you going? You think you've got some answers out there? There's nothing good waiting for you out there, and you know it! Becky! How'd you even find us?
I don't know, I just walked.
What?
She just followed my nose.
You got no phone, no maps?
No charge.
Well, how do you even know we were here then?
I didn't.
You expect me to believe that, do you?
Oh, I don't much care what you believe.
Well, you ought to, because it's not okay you walking here on my land, you waltzing in on my property.
Did I waltz?
Hey, I don't mean no cheating either.
Call the police then if there's an issue.
I'll make my own mind up, thank you very much. What you done here? Walked here from Norwich?
No, London.
London? You're having a laugh. London's 100 miles off.
Okay, so I got a coach. There was a coach. It's going somewhere, is there somewhere called Dis? Is that a place?
You never walked here, Dennis.
Well, they shut me off there, didn't they? I didn't have a ticket. And as I say, my phone was dead. And anyway, my account was locked. Obs. Look, have you got something to drink? Just tap water.
You paying for that, are you?
Is that some sort of countryside joke?
Yeah. I wouldn't cheat me if I were you, my girl.
I just asked you for a drink.
Ask nicely.
What is this? Kindergarten?
Slowly. Wait, slowly.
Oh, God, that's fucking lovely. Oh, that's nectar. I mean, I never used to like water, I used to get no flavour. Coffee. Oh, I used to live on coffee. Can you even get coffee? Oh, maybe if you're rich. Have you got any more?
Hey, this isn't Starbucks. Go on now, off you go.
Well, where do you want me to go? Look, did I say? I'm pretty handy.
Yeah, right. Have what? What's happening then? Up London?
Oh, man. London's pretty wild, actually.
Well, that's business as usual, yeah?
No way. I mean, I live out east, I haven't been anywhere central since this thing started. I mean, what's the point? I already had to get up before dawn to get anywhere in the queue outside Lidl, and still, there's like a humongous queue even then. And everyone's dirty and tired and thirsty and scratchy, because even the weed's running out, so everyone's like edgy and nervy. And then some poor dude opens up the shop and we all rush in, but what's the point? Because there's nothing in there. I mean, obviously there's stuff in there. Washing powder, tampons, paracetamol, maybe some Uncle Ben's rice, but what we're meant to do with rice when we can't get water half the time. And there's nothing fresh to eat. And, like, I was never a fan of fruit, but like even an apple might be nice. Forget about an avocado. And then if there even is an apple, you're all fighting for it, and then you get to the checkout and it's like it costs 10 quid for one apple, for fuck's sake. It's not even a nice apple, like some manky apple. And anyway, I just thought, I've totally had it with this, you know, this is only going to go one way. And then after the guy hit me, I just...
What? Who hit you?
I don't know, just some guy. Look, still some bruises, look at my nose.
Jesus, that's nasty, that is.
Yeah, you're telling me. He said I snatched this can of beans off his kid. Smeggy old dented can, like way past its sell-by. It was on the floor, probably rolled out on one of the empty shelves. And this is Lidl, so... Okay, I pick it up, and he smacks me in the face. And no one, literally not one person in there said anything. Like blood and snot on my face, and I just thought, yeah, I'm getting out. I am gone. See what I'm saying? Oh, do you have something to eat, actually?
Oh, now look, you've come swanning here like it's some public park. Now you want me to feed you like I'm a food bank.
Well, yeah, but you're a farm, right? Like, this is my thing. I said to myself, head up river. If the shops are empty, go to the stores and browse in the fields and the hedgerows.
Well, good luck with that.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, where's all the animals, the plants? I mean, why is everything yellow? Only animal I've seen is roadkill, and I'm not going to touch that. I'm vegan.
I thought that'd be ideal for a vegan.
We're fair, but where's your... I don't know, where's your cows?
Cows cost too much to raise and feed. Cost more to raise and feed than we'll bring it in.
Okay, pigs then.
Well, it's the same deal, isn't it? Pigs need land, now land's too valuable. Pigs need to be killed, there's no abattoirs left. Pig needs raising, I can't afford no labour. Believe it or not, a pig needs feeding. When the feed outprices the animal, what you going to do?
Well, okay, sheep then, chickens then, eggs then, honey then. I mean, you're the farmer.
Yeah, well, that's what it would say on my gravestone. Look, you can't stay here if that's what you're about. I don't keep no cash, I don't keep no supplies as such, there's nothing to steal.
I can sleep on your stalls. You must have hay. You won't even notice me.
No, I can't do that.
How can you run this place on your own?
Who says I'm on my own?
I don't see anyone else. Look, you must need workers. I can work. I used to work in a gym. I was a personal trainer. I can lift things. I can drive things, trucks. I'm brilliant with animals. I've had pets. I've walked dogs and sat cats. You don't even have to pay me, right? Just bed and board and food.
What if there's 10 more of you walking in from Diz, from London?
I can defend you then. No, seriously, I've done martial arts. I was black belt. Like, that guy you clocked me, right? I kicked him right in his soft parts and he went down coughing in front of his daughter. It was horrible. I've done a bit of boxing. Literally, just point me in the right direction. Literally.
You got a name?
Sure. Amy.
Amy, now you have a laugh.
That's literally my name.
Well, how's it spelled, your name?
How is that relevant?
How's it spelled?
A-I-M-E-E.
Okay. Okay, Amy. Look, I made some dog.
What?
I made some snap. Steady. Slow down. I'm Martin.
Martin. Cheers for that. Oh my god, I haven't had cheese forever. Right. What do you need me to do, Martin?
Oh, Jesus. Well, I got 10 acres of rapeseed oil to get in before it withers and dies.
Okay.
I've not got enough diesel for my harvester. They're rationing us to 3 hours of power a day, but I'll run the presser off the solar panels.
Cool, okay, what else?
We've a small orchard out the back, and that'll have to be hand pollinated. That's slow, delicate work.
I can do that. I've got really good hand-eye coordination. What else?
Well, there's the fires. That's a dry wind. We'll have to make some more fire breaks.
Sounds good. Anything else?
I have to maintain my vehicles. I have to clean out the silos, use up the rest of the treatments, mend my fences, build up my defences, secure my premises, obviously, and do my paperwork, because it's either that or... It's either that.
Or what?
Well, it's either that or throw in the towel, I suppose.
Right, but how do you do that though? Like, how do you retire if you're a farmer?
Good question, mate. Pop your clogs, I suppose.
Oh. Sorry, it's all the wasps, the pollen.
There's no pollen. That's ash. That's a fens or a blaze. It's our breadbasket. They've been dropping water bombs on, but they run out of water and the fire's gone into the peak. It's all gone underground. I reckon we're running out of room.
I thought the air was supposed to be fresh out here. I can't even breathe the air, it's worse than in London. This house is nice though. Yeah, it's cool.
Well, enjoy it. Much good it'll do you.
Okay. Where you going? Martin? I don't know where anything is. I don't know how anything works. What do we do now? Martin, what do I do next?
Okay, so gone from one scene of devastation which had a potential reimagining and reshaping, and we're now very much looking down the barrel of the shotgun. But I certainly need to take a few deep breaths, I'm sure everybody else does. But with that in mind, we've got two new panelists, and as Rupert said, Andy is going to be the constant spread throughout the day. So I'll just ask Charlie and John to say a little bit about themselves and to give an immediate reaction to what they've just seen and heard. And then Andy will say some about themselves.
Mike.
I think might have switched off maybe.
Oops.
Hi, my name is Joss, and yeah, I'm a bit speechless. I teach literature at UEA, so I'm no expert in farming or insects or anything like that. But I'm thinking a lot about the future lately, and I think it was very powerful. And yeah, there were a few things that sprung to mind. Firstly, a question about, well, the first one we saw was a kind of immediate, visible disaster, and this, what we're looking at here is something more slow, systemic, creeping. It's hard to point at it. It seems to be in the food systems, it seems to be in the land, it seems to be in the weather and the drought. The tentacles of this seem to spread in ways that are difficult to visualize, difficult to encounter. So I think that struck me as kind of quite an important aspect of this. And I wondered also about how these kinds of things are going to read when it comes to news coverage and the media. We are fascinated or preoccupied with supermarkets. That's something we saw in COVID, and how well stocked they are. That kind of immediate need. But how often does the news media trace that route back upriver that the young woman in this actually took, and try to look at the whole system? So I think that there's a real call here to think about how we encounter and represent these slow and systemic issues. I think this very powerfully makes it visible for us. But I think there's also a fresh novelty to it that there isn't so much in the kind of flood disaster. I think we need to look for a language to describe this and a way of thinking at a systemic level. I also thought it was very striking in the way that it brought these kind of disparate scales together. There's a kind of an intensification of polarization of a kind of farming that is all about economic imperatives that are bearing down from an international system of subsidies and so on. And within that framework, you get the other polar side of that is the hobbyism of conservation. And I think this was playing out a real disconnect that happens through that polarisation. And a real parting of the ways there as well. And then thirdly, just to really draw attention to the way that a lot of this isn't such a distant future. They are already hand-pollinating in parts of southwest China. They are already hand-pollinating in Brazil in other areas where we're seeing millions of pounds lost to the apple trade in this country because of the depletion of pollinators. Dave Dawson's book, The Silent Earth, looks at a lot of this and also envisions a kind of future scenario that is comparable to this. But one of the very real resonant studies that he draws to people's attention is a study that happened in Germany between 1989 and 2014, where they were measuring the biomass of insect life over that period, and they found a 76% decline in that insect biomass, which is just staggering. So this isn't such a distant future, and we really need to be drawing that polarisation together, which is going on in a lot of the farming we heard about on the last panel. But obviously we need to see more of that. But I think farming, media, I think we need to be thinking across the whole system and broadly about ways to make this visible and to address it. But a very powerful poem, I think, to those involved.
Thank you. I'm Charlie Garman. I'm a conservationist and conservation scientist. And I spent most of my life trying to communicate the urgency of biodiversity loss and the impacts of biodiversity loss. And I'm really struck this morning watching these pieces of the importance to not leave it to scientists to communicate these things. We have left it to scientists for a long, long time. I've tried to communicate this in all sorts of ways. I've never encountered anything as visceral and as touching and moving as this. This really highlights to me the importance of diversifying our communications. We talked about this morning about the importance of imagination, being able to imagine different futures. So the arts really are as vital here as the sciences in communicating, and there's the solid psychological research behind this. It's not our rational brains that guide us, it's our emotional brains, and we need to reach people on an emotional level, which this morning has been fantastically effective at. That last piece I thought was wonderfully effective at highlighting a couple of key things. One is the interrelationships between the climate crisis and the destruction of nature, which this did very well. Another is it highlighted that these aren't all technical issues. We look to the science, we look to technical solutions, and we have those. But when we saw the conflict between Martin and his partner, when we heard of the conflict between Martin and his daughter, these were conflicts over values, not over right and wrong, not over technical decisions. And this is something that we need to be very aware of. We look to scientists, we look to innovators, but as we adapt as a society, as we work out how to decarbonise, we're putting ourselves in positions of conflicting values between different groups of stakeholders, for want of a better word. And we really need to find ways of negotiating those values. The other thing I think that this play really highlights really well is that we need to conserve the living world because we depend on it, not just because we like it. And this is a real issue in the conservation sector. I think we've done ourselves a disservice by marketing the conservation of the natural world as being about pandas. We like pandas, of course, but they're not absolutely essential. And the fact is that we've been selling the necessity of the natural world on pandas for 4 decades, and society has clearly demonstrated that this is not something we care about. So our major approach to conserving biodiversity globally is setting aside land for nature. We heard about this in the play. Martin said, oh, we'll leave that to the nature reserves. We have been hugely successful in creating nature reserves. 15% of the Earth's land surface is managed in nature reserves. Sounds like a huge success, although of course these places need funding to be effective. It's not enough to just draw a line on a map. Our total funding for the world's protected areas, the 15% of the Earth's land surface we've set aside for nature, our total funding of that is the same as the global market for beard grooming products. It's 1/3 of the global ice cream market. This is how successful we have been in persuading society that nature is important. And I wonder if, perhaps we didn't focus on pandas anymore, but our survival. The maintenance of planetary conditions that allow complex life. And I think it's played very well at highlighting the importance of biodiversity. We focused on insects and other pollinators. But of course they do more than just pollinate our crops. They create the soil that we grow our crops in the first place. They form the basis of the food chain. Other animals eat. But we've destroyed insect life, invertebrate life, to such an extent that, as highlighted in this play, we now have to employ domesticated insects, bees in hives, which are a domesticated species, to do our pollination, because we've destroyed the wild species. This was a service that was provided to us for free by nature. But by undercutting that service, we have to replace it with domestic animals. In the big industrial fruit and nut markets in North America, for example, they have no natural pollinators. There are travelling beekeepers that move around from farm to farm to pollinate these tree crops because natural pollinators aren't there. So I thought this was a lovely way to highlight our dependence on the natural world. Thank you.
I'm not going to change the tone particularly. I mean, I think the play for me was about tipping points, and this is really at an extreme where things have gone terribly wrong. And arguably, we're here now. Some of the things that we saw there, and I referenced it just towards the end, are happening already. They're happening globally. You don't have to look for, we don't have to imagine the future. I think I said it earlier. But the future's happening now in places, the marginal places where it's difficult for people to live already. So if you're in an area that is economically pressured, there's pressure of water or food supply, people are beyond the possibility of being able to help themselves. And right now, because there's a global system that allows you to offer support at a national level or a globally or a UN level, let's say, we can help people, but the play is around a tipping point where it's on our own doorstep. At that point, the UK is not going to be providing support to Yemen or Somalia or whichever country is in that level of stress. And from a disaster management perspective, you were quite right, Joss, is that you've got this dichotomy between the sort of immediate event and then the sort of the quote-unquote gentle or where it kind of creeps up on us, and then it becomes a tipping point. We kind of assume that because we're a big country, we've got all the resources we have, we can solve those problems, and we do. And even during the pandemic, we did. But the future that we saw there is one where that isn't going to happen. That is an existential crisis. And I don't know whether that's going to happen in the UK or not. I suspect parts of it will within your lifetimes, all of you. And arguably it's happening now as well. And so the responses of people are really interesting. Amy came from London. But Norwich is a big place. And the people that will affect Martin's farm will come from Norwich. They will come from the towns, because even a small town like this is going to have a food supply issue. So that those communitarian conflict issues aren't going to be happening at Lidl in London. They're going to be happening, it doesn't matter where it's going to happen. And the state's going to respond in a certain way. The state ultimately will protect itself in order to protect you. But that means a curtailment of liberty and freedom at a scale that we've not experienced. And of course, you already have experienced. You've all been told to stay in your houses and not talk to anyone, not hug your loved ones, and not bury your loved ones, and not comfort your loved ones. And why do you think it'll be any different when it happens again? So when you look at a disaster, you don't just look at what happens, look at the consequences of what happened. And the common consequences are familiar. What you see abroad, mainly abroad, and what you've now seen at home, will happen to you if things don't change. So I'm giving you the kind of the existential element of it. And the play kind of brings that home a little bit. People will fight for food. People will do things that they see in their own self-interest. And that's really a breakdown of social order. When that happens, the capability of our society to solve its own problems becomes remarkably limited, remarkably quickly. And the state will basically contract and absorb itself in order to protect its basic functions. So I think the language finally needs to change. You know, saying, I think, in the break, this idea of adaptation, resilience, I'm not sure we've got the right language to cope with where we're at. And I'd be interested to hear from you and from the panellists about, you know, A, how do we avert that scenario and my fears for the future, and B, what language do we use in order to describe how we change?
I think for the discussions yourselves, I'd like to pick up on what Charlie said about we have to re-look at our values, because that's what's going to drive us forward to change. And I think rather than looking at the three things that we talked about before, in terms of what we relinquish and how to make ourselves more resilient, I think perhaps if we can look at, if you can, between the three of you, look at what you think will be the values that will be the hopeful ones, potentially, to carry us forwards. I think there's some really, I'm a big fan of reimagining the social contract if we've even got one, so maybe perhaps looking at something like that and what that new social order, what that new social contract, what the values need to be. And I'm glad to hear that art is very important.
Charlie, you talked about values first. Kick on.
Sufficiency, I think, is a very important concept. I don't think it's a natural value, but we've been, in our societies, in our industrial societies, we've had this value of acquisitiveness, of always wanting more. It's been bred into us. It's a desire that's been created within us in order to promote consumption within growth-based economy. But of course, so we know that continual economic growth isn't possible. This is what underlies this idea that this civilization is finished. But of course, change has to come simultaneously from the bottom up and from the top down. We've touched a few times on the role of the state, and of course the state is hugely important. I think one of the things that's been very clear to me watching these plays is that we will need strong, proactive states to guide our adaptation as a society. But of course states can't implement things without the acquiescence of the people, of the citizens. And as we move towards a new society, we are going to have to move away from massive consumption, from endless consumption. And I think sufficiency is a really important concept for that people have to move towards, to learn to become happy with again. And this is something that's happened in the past. We've seen with the Second World War, there was a huge change in social attitudes. People were prepared to put up with rationing and things. I'm not saying rationing is around the corner, but the state from the top helped create a change in society's values, and it happened very, very quickly because society recognised it as an emergency. And I think with that emergency framing, we can help shift towards some of the more important values we need.
I'm a little bit wary of that idea of a social contract in this situation, because we've seen this idea of polarisation between, the important social, economic drivers of agriculture and the hobbyist ideas about the crisp packing crowd around biodiversity. I think that there's a danger in completely there. We heard from Steve yesterday about, you quoted Aldo Leopold at one point. I'm thinking of that essay by him, The Land Ethic, where he talks about a genuinely non-hierarchical community of species. And I think that we need to promote and cling on to that idea and support that idea and nourish that idea until the bitter end. I think that's fundamentally important. We're in this together. And I think that's thinking systemically as well. Not just about what we get back from the natural world, but also what the health of the whole system, I guess. So I would just add to that. But I do, I want to come back to the idea of news and media and concerns about the way this is covered and the way these kind of things are articulated in the news as well, and the damage that can do. We mentioned neonicotinoids, and I think we should probably say a little bit more about that. But the way I think that's been covered in the news has been very unsettling because of the push towards unbiased reporting, and that idea always to give the other point of view of those who need neonicotinoids. Dave Goulson in an interview made the point that the kind of pests that might come after neonicotinoids are not, after the moratorium on neonicotinoids, saw a 1% drop in rapeseed oil, which is terrible for farming, but 1% drop in rapeseed production is very little compared to the kind of damage that's being done in terms of pollinators. So I think that we need to be wary of that kind of unbiased media coverage. Anyway, I won't say anymore.
Values, oh my goodness. Values leads to rights, leads to ethics, leads to morality, and it's about the way you live your life. What kind of values do you need? I think it depends what kind of future you think you're going to have. I mean, I'm staying with this play as it is, in that scenario, the first thing I would ask is a human life worth more than the life of a bee? Because I could argue quite successfully that your lives were worth less than the lives of bees at this point, and there needs to be less of you, not me obviously, there needs to be less of you in order for the common good, for some people to live, other people will have to die. Not made to die, but allowed to wither away. So what value, how does that value that I've just pushed out there equate with the concept of the Human Rights Act, with everything we believe in terms of the sanctity of human life? I remember having this argument with the Environment Agency just prior to the pandemic about whether they're an environment agency or they're a life protection agency. And this is all their crisis management people. And God, I just sat back and they spent hours discussing that. Because I said, well, is it more important for you to protect the environment or more important for you to protect life? I generally didn't have an answer at that time. I don't have one now. I'm just pushing that issue out there. Because in that kind of existential, a truly existential, catastrophic scenario, things will be more important than human life. And the only reason that I find that difficult to deal with is because it's been really comfortable since the Second World War, where there was an existential threat. Having said that, more people died in the pandemic than died as civilians in the Second World War. And it depends on your context. My family are Polish. My family were refugees from Germany and Poland. So my whole basis of context and history growing up was lost, and just lost everything, and most of their family, and they were killed, systemically murdered by state systems. So you can imagine the kind of background that I had. Many of us have got that. Funny enough, my mum ended up just down the road here in 1946 as a young girl, and she was looked after by the people that live around here in Lincolnshire and Norfolk. So thank you for that, if you were part of it. But the point is that my family experience is that life is much less important than food. And the people that lived in, people that worked in Siberian mines as a result of slave labour taken from Poland to Russia, it was more important to have food than all the people that could have had the food. And that's a value. It's not necessarily a wonderful value as well. And so it all depends on the future you design for yourself. And I'd rather think, and I will end up being a little bit cross, you've got to design a future that you believe can lead to the common good and that we can all live and possibly live in. But that defines yourself in terms of radical action. You can't just sit still and do nothing. If you just sit still and live the life that you've got, then you are contributing to the problem. Schumacher said that in 1985. I remember reading it when you and I first knew each other, and nothing's changed since then. But I think the value system will change. It is changing now. Go back to the pandemic and that experience we all had. You can't bury your mum. You can't hold the hands of people you love. Did you ever believe that was ever going to happen? And it did. And we all just moved on. And that worries me. And you said there last point about the sense of emergency. After the Second World War, people really did feel that. And there was systemic social change on the basis of what had happened during that period of time. And what I find difficult is why we aren't feeling that, believing it. Even if we can also hear and talk about this, we've experienced a global catastrophe. Why? It's a question. Why aren't we moving and acting more coherently in society?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are exhausted and cowed by what's happened. I would really like to offer some time for the audience to ask some questions, if that's all right. But I think you touched on values, and are there such things as absolute values, or what you were talking about is perhaps a relativism with depending on scenarios, so that might be something that other people want to pick up on. Tara, would you mind helping with the microphone? And I'm aware of Rupert's. Yeah? Okay. So 15 minutes for questions. So please, we'll do hands up and try and give everybody time.
Hello, I'm Bridget Mackenzie. Thank you, panel and actors and everyone and writers, directors. That has been really moving. You just really touched on me because you just spoke to me when you said you couldn't bury your mum, you know, because I couldn't. Anyway, the emotion side of things, you know, is really important today, as you said. And I just wanted to also draw on the aspect of femininity. So I've just picked up, you know, that all of the panellists are men. I know, you know, you're there, but so far we've had men. And the conflicts there, you know, some of the kind of dynamics there were about masculinity and femininity. So I just wondered if people had responses to that. I'm not articulating it very well because I'm a bit moved. But just really, you know, I'm not wanting to be binary or polarising. You know, I don't really believe in, you know, I don't believe in fixed genders. But we have a patriarchal, dominant culture. And, you know, what about this feminine side and what role does it play?
I'm definitely not going to speak for the whole of womankind because that would be ridiculous. But and it is something that we talked about very much at the beginning of this project, was ensuring that we had as much balance as possible within panels and scenarios and responses. In my view, perhaps the whole of capitalism is patriarchal. Perhaps that's part of why we are in this mess, and I'm not pretending that we're not in a mess, we are. It would be great to say, yeah, let women rule the world, and yeah, it would be a very different place. I think we've gone beyond that. We have to go beyond everything, and we do have to look at a communal response, irrespective of gender and everything else. And we have to try to, because I know there is a lot of anger there out there about how perhaps the patriarchy has got us into this mess, but if we're going to get out of it, I think we somehow have to get away from that. So you make a good point, and this afternoon the two panellists are women, so and we will have that balance throughout the day, and it is something we're very aware of. So sorry, I hope that was vaguely coherent. It's what I thought, but I will hand over to the three men next to me.
Just, I think one of the key things we're talking about there in terms of patriarchal, patriarchal impulse behind that particular practice of farming is one about control, and it's one about exploitation. I would say drill down into that, into those particular issues, and I think that, you know, that is a long legacy of patriarchal approach to land management generally. Control and exploitation, and we need to ease up on that and look to the whole system, and, you know, towards a caring and cooperative and systemic approach. But I would be wary about saying that is feminine necessarily, because I think we need to be careful of such essentialised aspects. But
can I just come back in on that? And I want to say something quite similar along those lines. I mean, we use the terms patriarchal, femininity, matriarchal, we gender it. But in some ways, they're kind of a shorthand for something else, I think. In some way, because not all men are actually patriarchs. I mean, if you take patriarch back to what it was, like biblically speaking, it's a very small elite of, that they're often men. It actually doesn't necessarily have to be, but they're in leadership positions. And this goes back to some of the conversations we have about what role or otherwise a state or leadership or authority has in this. And I must admit, and I'll be I'm one of the panellists later, so I dare say this will come back up again, but I'm quite interested, maybe a bit worried about the extent to which we keep looking towards states for leadership. Yes, they have a role, we can't pretend they don't, but I'm also very interested in the extent to which that centralised model is in fact incapable of producing the kind of solutions that we ultimately need. So that will be something maybe we come back to later. Thanks.
So, hand up in
Thank you. I just really wanted to point towards something that moved me in that scenario and wondered if any of the panelists had some thoughts on it. I really like the way that Joss was pointing us towards the systemic framing of the scenario, but there was this moving moment towards the end where the food is shared. And that struck me as something really powerful in the context of thinking about values. Because it's so easy to profess having a value. I have this value and that value. And I think one of the powerful things about thinking these, what you might call doom scenarios or dodo scenarios, we often respond to these scenarios by thinking, oh, how can we avoid that? You know, that's the worst scenario. What are we going to do to avoid that? But one of the powerful things that we miss with that response, I think, is this really existential moment that they bring to the fore, which is people will fight for food. Will I fight for food? You know, and if this is happening, will there be space for me to share food, even if I'm about to retire / pop my dogs? And I think what that does for us is to give us that edge for thinking, okay, I profess this value, what am I actually going to do when everything is going down, right? Is it going to be worth my while to share my lunch? That was something that moved me. I just wondered if anyone had any thoughts on that.
Just on that question of do we fight for food or do we share for food? Do we share food? There are people who will be fighting to share food as well. And I think again it's a question of representation. Often when you get a crisis like that, you get that snapshot image of people fighting for food. But what you don't see is who they're fighting to share that food for as well. Everyone fights for food when we're desperate. So yeah, I'd be just a bit wary of how we articulate those values.
I think you'll see both. I agree. And look at what happened at Grenfell, which is a real great example of a complete failure, as said, systemically over many years, or what happened after the arena attack, or anything more immediate sort of disasters that have occurred over the last 5 years. People's values split both ways, as you said. People will fight for food and people will share food. It all depends on you and the people around you. And so it's not going to be a binary, everyone for themselves versus we're all in it together. It'll be everything in between. And it'll depend often where you live. And it often depends on the context you're in at the time. Just going back to what Bridget said earlier about other voices, one of the things that the state doesn't do is listen. It just doesn't listen. And it's only really when things happen beyond the power of the state that you see the power of the people, like Grenfell, like the pandemic. So whilst I'm incredibly pessimistic about what the future may hold, I'm incredibly optimistic about how most people will respond to it. I think the difficulty is that the scenario unfortunately pushes us to a point where there is no food, which is a difficult position to be in, because at that point you've got a fundamental conflict between personal family values and the values you want to live with vis-a-vis people you don't know. And that's the hardest value to keep going. When it's your loved ones that aren't eating, you share your sandwich. When it's someone you love that can't eat as a result of your sharing.
There's so much to learn from Hurricane Katrina and the aftermath of that. There's been some amazing work published on how people responded there, the official response and also the people's response and also the media's response, and that disaster mythology that built up in the media about looting that then sent a whole militarised front down to Katrina to confront people there, and it just wasn't happening in the way that it was presented as happening.
I'm just wondering if part of that, who do you share with, is how you define your community, and part of that resilience that we're trying to sort of come back to and touch on is spreading the net of community and what that means. Sorry, it's just something that's occurred to me. But any more questions?
The sharing thing is really what my question is about. You mentioned how climate change has been, in a way, there for the scientists to pass the message. How is it going to affect the message if universities and colleges like Sheffield are going to stop their English literature degrees? Because I came here because of the drama, because of my friend as well, but I'm learning so much about it. But if it had been done as a science thing, I possibly wouldn't have stepped here. So it worries me that some people are going to be left behind or not know the message if literature courses are cut throughout the country.
I strongly agree, yeah. Nothing specific to add, but yeah, I think this is a real concern.
Absolutely. It's one of the, something that Steve and I talked about at the beginning of the week was getting the messages across. It's just like throwing different sorts of jelly at the wall, and art and drama will be a couple of flavours, but there will be science flavours, and there will be, and the right thing will stick for different people. But we just have to keep on in our different ways with our different knowledge and gifts. So I think that's really important. We've got time for a few more questions, Rupert. One more. John, at the back.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this really enlightening discussion, and thank you very much to the actors and the director and everybody involved in the scenario. It was really, really excellent. I'd just like to say that in response to what Andy was saying, really, it's just about the idea of what's changed since the Second World War is an overweening society of market forces. The market forces are going to be the death of us. That's my feeling. It's the market, it's the monetary system that's driving us over the edge. My feeling is that it has to urgently change. My feeling is that actually food has got to be taken back into a kind of almost like a nationalised means of distribution. I just wonder what people thought of that. But just one other thing about that is that it's not just the late-stage capitalism market forces which have taken over everything. It's marketing and it's advertising. And that's why things have gone back so quickly. They've sprung back to where they were before the pandemic. And the idealism there's no space for it because it's being co-opted by companies. I just wanted to really thought about that.
Only to agree wholeheartedly, but I think we're talking about massive systemic change ahead of an emergency, and I think often the problem, this is the point I wanted to make as well, the problem with emergencies is that we respond when the emergency hits, and that's too late. So I think that thinking about these kinds of alternatives in preparedness would certainly be helpful. Setting up communitarian networks with your neighbours for when something awful happens, growing food together. I mean, this is happening in community gardens, community orchards, uplands, and building that kind of. It was really interesting to see in this drama how things went back to basics so quickly. The walk up river to the farm. That's a really quick transition back to basics, and I think what we could do is build in some of those basics in smaller scale, grounded ways, perhaps in preparation.
I would disagree, but it's that kind of what so what problem. Nothing's going to change. If nothing, I've said this twice, I'll say it again, if things haven't changed after a pandemic, what is it going to take? Which particular tipping point would you like me to describe? I mean, my personal favourite right now is electricity. I think the one thing that's catastrophic that might shake people up is the fundamental loss of electricity. Because when you lose that, you lose pretty much everything. You can't pump water to feed crops, you can't charge your phone, you can't use lifts to get into care homes, you can't. I've experienced this, and it's systemic and it can cause massive loss of life really quickly. So it's probably going to need something huge like that. I had a conversation at the start of the pandemic, which was more or less how many people are going to die. We were trying to work it out. At the start of the pandemic, we thought it was a flu-type pandemic, so we thought it was going to be fast and quick. I remember a friend of mine talking about it just recently again, and we thought that would be the tipping point. The fact that coronavirus was slow and killed people slowly, and it was hidden, meant that things didn't change. So I think, in answer to your question, the system that's creating the problem can only change if the system breaks. But what does that mean for us? Maybe the next player will tell us.
Yeah. that seems like a great point to pause. Kay is going to just do a tiny, incredibly simple exercise with us to sort of remind us of where we got to this morning before we move into the third and final scenario this afternoon, which will happen directly after this little exercise. Okay, Kay.
Thanks, Rupert. It's important that today we're all a part of this process of reimagining our role and activity in the face of this crisis. And as much as the plays are presenting a dramatic and emotional journey, we've all been on quite a dramatic and emotional journey just this morning from listening to what we've listened to and engaging with the drama. So all of your voices are really welcome in the space, and there will be opportunity towards the end of the day to actually speak with each other as well to see how we take this forward. But I want to invite those of you that would like to, I'm going to pass the microphone down along the lines to just share one word of how you were feeling before lunch. Because I'm sure there's been lots of really brilliant conversations over lunch, but I'd just like to, it's important to notice and I think express where we might be as part of our way of moving through it. So I'll start. Anxious. Thoughtful.
Excited.
Inspired. Exploded.
Devastated.
Mournful.
Overloaded.
Conflicted.
Hungry. Overwhelmed. Scared. Humbled.
Thoughtful. Headful. Guilty. Moved.
Frozen.
Curious.
Sad. Kaleidoscopic.
Stimulated.
Disturbed. Exhausted. Resolved. Intrigued.
Time.
Motivated.
Gobsmacked. Dispersed. Contemplative.
Disillusioned. Minute.
Numb. Involved. Engaged.
Educated.
Grit. Intrigue.
Angry.
Three.
Thank you. Okay. So welcome.
Oh, don't you look posh?
Looking pretty swanky yourself, I must say.
I got married and this whole thing.
That explains the cobwebs. Bella figura.
It's eating all your veggie food, mate, isn't it?
It suits you, makes you look young.
I don't feel young. Been on the wine already.
Couldn't resist. You ready for a glass?
Bit early in the day, innit?
Go on. Strong sense.
Yeah, go on then. I probably need something to steady my nerve.
It's pretty good. From a vineyard near Beccles.
Oh yeah, that's that place their hedge fund managers run.
Claire and Eloise, yes. Wondered if that's good for vines.
That's not got the soil for it. It's not well drained enough, is that?
That might change, I guess. Cheers, love.
There's mud in your eye, babe. Oh my god, that tastes like paraffin, that does.
Oh, it's a little on the sharp side.
God, leave white in the fridge, I say.
It's too dry there now. Why don't we sit down?
I know, I'm a bit antsy. What time's she getting there?
Well, she said around now.
She was always always to keep time. A number of times I had to go and pick her up from some party and she'd keep me waiting there in the dark.
She'll be here.
Can't have a good old gloat, not imagine.
Well, we invited her.
Well, you invited her. I'm still not sure it was your best idea.
Well, at the end of the day, Martin, even if we stayed hating each other in all our lives, someone's got to take on this land.
Yeah, well, it makes my blood run cold with the idea of what she'll do with it if she gets her mitts on it.
Could she do any worse than we're doing?
That's a bit harsh.
I'm the one doing the books. Did we get that payment from Waitrose for the beans?
They rejected half of them because of brown rust. I can't stick there, Inspector. That new inspector is right snot rag he is. And apparently our stems are too long for their new plant packaging. They might have told us last year. We're not cited.
Always late payers anyway. Maybe we could get them to the farmers market people.
Nah, wouldn't cover the cost of the transport.
What about the suppliers?
Well, that lot. Oh, come on, love. They're a bunch of jokers. Honestly, they're biting food everywhere, so we made pets off that.
Hopefully the rate will make up the distance.
Nah, Ray's not looking too clever either.
It's flowering nicely. I can smell it from here.
Half of it's been lost already, the cabbage stem flea beetle. And resistant to our stuff, unless I spray like mad, I can't afford to waste a drop of that stuff now.
I assume we're rolling back on the pigs too.
Well, yeah, feed prices are through the roof.
But I guess Kieran's the worry there.
Well, we still pay him salary. I mean, honestly, we make the pittance ourselves. I sometimes wonder what we're earning per hour.
Oh, I tell you, just shy of the national minimum wage. And if we take his budget line out, things will look slightly less terminal.
Right.
But even then, I doubt it'll add up.
Right.
So what do we do?
Why are you asking me?
Oh, maybe she'll be able to help us.
Well, I don't see how. And, well, as it happens, I've been taking soundings.
What?
Well, you know, talking to people. Land people.
Oh, hang on. Land agents.
Yeah. Well, I just want an up-to-date quote, you know, what we're sitting on here. See what our assets are worth.
Because you're planning to sell it? Come on, answer my question.
Well, let's just say we've had some offers, all right?
News to me? What, from development or to building?
Well, can we just not talk about this right now, Ben?
We're in the process of drawing up a will. Why would we not talk about the future of this land? What are these offers for?
Housing.
On a floodplain.
Well, it doesn't seem to be an issue for them anyway. They'll probably take the upper ground.
And why have you not discussed this with me?
Because, I don't know. Probably because I'm ashamed, right? Because I'm ashamed of being a fuck up of a farmer. Maybe because this confirms everything she said. Is that her? She's pulling out now.
She's 5 minutes away.
Could
You set that sat-nav wrong. Probably at some junket. UEA types all setting themselves up to put us right. How do I breed a girl like that?
I don't think she ever forgave me for not being Eleanor.
She was 7. She loved you as good as she could.
She didn't speak to me for a year.
Well, who's the one she talked to now? Not me. You got a number, you never share it with me.
She's a very pragmatic person underneath all that rage.
Rage. Rage is the word. Rage, preaciousness. About preaching and righteousness.
Ellie was quite religious, right?
Yeah, I couldn't ever get into it. It fed straight into her judgment and animal rights and welfare. Suddenly I'm Beelzebub himself.
And I'm the whore of Babylon.
Yeah. That's about right. Go on, give us a top up.
Oh, she's come for a conference, I believe.
Very posh.
Farming for the future.
Right up her street. What's it? Hydroponics. Yeah. Roof gardens and a lot of ones from here to Morocco. Keep the middle classes fed, let the rest of us hang, I expect.
She'd been tweeting all about it. Did you know she had a website?
Well, it's obligatory nowadays, isn't it?
No, it's really impressive. She has a big role in the new Ministry of Biosecurity.
Well, she's the brains of the outfit, all right?
Persuasive, even.
Oh, yeah, good. You chum up with her, gang up with her, won't you?
We could learn from her, even if we can't love her.
Who said anything about not loving her? I never said I didn't love her.
Your access road's not got any more accessible.
You give me a scare, you did creeping up like that.
Was I creeping? What do you want? 6 gun salute?
Well, a bit of fair warning would be nice.
Evening, Amy. Gosh, that's quite a ride.
No, not really. Covered in thunderflies now, though, of course. I looked for you in the house.
Oh, I did say.
It feels kind of embalmed, like a sealed tomb.
Well, that's very nice. Becky just redecorated all that.
Sorry. Anyway. Hi, Dad.
Yeah. Hello, love.
Oh,
sorry.
No, sorry, my bad. Kiss.
Well, look, get this down with them.
Oh, I don't know that I should. Cycling back to the station.
Oh, don't be daft. I'll give you and your bike a lift. Go on, Dad. Get that down there.
All right. What is it?
They call it Bacchus. Bacchus from Beckles.
That is horrendous.
I told you. Hey, it tastes like paraffin, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly like paraffin.
They've had great reviews. They studied viticulture and it cost an arm and a leg. Okay, I'll finish the rest of it.
Girl's got taste, I'll say that. So you've been setting the world to rights, have you?
Oh, yeah, it was such a great event. I mean, wow.
I see. All your academics in the night.
Oh, actually, there were a bunch of farmers there. Nice crowd. Jed, who asked after you.
That would be trust fund, Jed. Yeah? He's the one who spent a packet on his land just to turn it into a bomb site.
Yeah, Jed spoke very movingly about his journey.
Yeah, his journey into letting thistle and ragwort run riot over my land as well as his.
You might want to be grateful, actually. You're almost certainly gone on a free ride on his biodiversity. His pollinator numbers are off the charts.
What, you mean by... you mean that storm of pests what took half of my beans?
You could learn a lot from Jed, yes. We did this big exercise, right? Drew up a chart as to who were the facilitators of change and who were the blockers.
Oh, right, you put me on that list, did you?
Not my role to badmouth farmers?
Well, you should put me on with pride, girl. Happy to belong there. Happy to be a blocker than a wrecker.
What, you're proud of that? You're proud to be in the rear guard, Dad. Have you not noticed? Change is here. Farm by farm, it's here. You're the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, well, you're working for the ministry now, aren't you? Poacher turned gamekeeper. You come to do a little cull of the local lads, have you?
God, I knew this was a bad idea. I'll just go. Okay. Martin, I just realised I think I left the gate open on the low road.
What?
Would you go and check? I just worried I left the gate open and the Herefords will get out. Do you mind checking?
All right.
I'll keep
Oh,
you company.
there's bloody calves in that field.
I know, sorry, love. Bacchus improves after a second glass, and I have some honey for you to try too.
Oh, I don't generally eat insect vomit.
Is that what you call it? Well, I think of it as a gift. He'll be back in a minute, huffing and puffing. The gate's shut, of course.
I sensed it might be.
Yeah, all right. I'll have another glass then. I know we've never been able to be close, and I will never replace your mum, nor would I try. But she's long gone, and I'm still here. And you've had the courage to come here, and you can see your dad. He's so confused and so scared and proud and obstinate and dumb. I don't exclude myself in that. Maybe I've shored him up, but that's what love makes you do. Amy, tell us what we need to do. This will be yours soon.
Oh, I doubt that. You wouldn't trust me with an inch of this.
Oh, don't doubt it. Why not accept it and start the change now with us, before it's too late?
Do you know what? I really don't need lectures on change, Becky.
Oh, get off your high horse for once.
Oh, come on.
We need your help, not your judgment this time. Forget about me, I'll go soon enough. I've no one to leave anything to, so this is yours. So, what do we do exactly? Go organic, obviously. No till, is it? No ploughing, right? How do we do that without herbicides? Is there a way to do both at scale? We're not a monster farm, but we're not a small farm holding, and we're certainly not hobbyists. Help us, Amy. That starts by accepting us. Starting from where we are, not where you think we ought to be.
Have a smell of that.
Soil?
Just smell it. What does it smell like?
Quite woody, musty.
Yes. Okay. Put your hand in, feel it. What does it feel like?
Full-blooded, rooty.
Mm-hmm.
Bit slimy too.
That'll be the nematodes. Okay, wait. Now smell this.
Where's this going?
Just no questions, just smell it.
Pretty odourless. Maybe a bit chemical. Friable though, loose.
Any worms in there?
Not that I could see.
So, the first soil sample was taken an hour ago on Jed's land. The second I took just before I got to you on my walk up. On this sampling, it looks like the microbial content of your soil is nil, pretty much. It's not even soil, actually, it's just mud. It's loose or compacted so hard it's more like concrete. On the other hand, Jed's soil has springtails, humus galore, ants, a mega worm count. It's warm, it's alive. Your soil is just dirt, it gives nothing back. It contains no moisture, then why would it? It's been systematically hammered and treated and pounded, and I bet you if I took a sample from anywhere on this farm, it'd be the same story. And sorry, I'm not mad about inheriting a dust heap, Becky. Especially not one knowingly made, given that it's 10 years since we started having this conversation, and still everywhere I look it's the same. It's one crop, it's edgeless fields, it's empty skies, it's huge vehicles, a toxic cocktail of chemicals. I mean, I woke up as a child to the scream of swifts and martins in that farmyard, and today I saw maybe one lonely bird. You and Dad have hurt this land beyond repair. I'm not blaming you, you're not alone, but that's the honest truth.
Okay, but is it really beyond repair?
Gate was shut.
Oh, good.
Which you knew all along. What time do you need to get you going then, Amy?
I should probably head off now, actually.
Yeah, fine. Well, look, I'll share the paperwork. I'll go through it all with you. I'll stick your bike in the back of the flatbed.
Oh, no, honestly, I would prefer to cycle, I'll just get going.
No.
I think it's best. I think it's for the best.
Yeah, looks like it.
No, I've made up your bed.
I don't think she's staying there.
I've made up your bed and I've cooked supper.
I've got dietary needs.
I've cooked bean stew in vegan butter, and there's curly kale that I've grown on my plot, and a salad. I want you to stay, Amy.
She can look at the paperwork on her own time.
I want you to help us change. For real, for good. Beetle banks, right? In the middle of the field. Ensure our own insects to keep the aphids down. We can do that. We can do that. Proper nutrient cycling, proper crop rotation, keep the soil covered all year round, is it? Agroecology, right? Because you see, I read your paper. I've read all your articles. I so admire you, and I'm so proud of you, and so is your dad, even though he wouldn't say it. Help us. Work with us. Whatever else you have to do, you need to do this first, or else this will all go. And you'll be proved right, and you'll tour the world's farms knowing you let this one slide. No, don't say anything, Martin. Just keep quiet. Amy, listen to me. I have some savings. We can raise some money, sell some land if we need to. Yes, we can get people involved. Community. We can get proper government grants now the tide is turning and the will is finally there. But first off, we need you, Amy. We need you to help us heal this soil, hedge against all the different futures coming our way. And there's some tough stuff coming. So how do we join the change? Amy, stay.
Initial reaction, Charlotte Buchanan, the editor of Dark Mountain, a wonderful writer in her own right, is like all our panelists, apart from Stephen Gould and Fred Andy here in East Anglia. What's your initial response to what you just experienced, Charlotte?
I'm glad I got to talk about this one. Okay, so this is good news. So I live very much in the territory that's described here, in all three plays. What Ed calls, what do you call it on the front line? Yeah. Behind the marsh, waiting near Sizewell nuclear power station, with no S on it, hopefully. But also surrounded by arable crops and growing. So I'm constantly walking, cycling through this landscape. I know what it feels like. I don't have to smell the soil in a Tupperware to know that it's completely wrecked in most places. But I also know through my dynamic dialogue with Josiah Meldrum back there, who spoke earlier, that there are lots of really, really exciting projects going on that are to do with regenerative agriculture, agroecology, and a band of writers and activists and campaigners who are making sure that this particular scenario that we just watched has come through. So I find, I loved it, I thought it was great. I've loved all the three plays, but of course we want to have this one. Am I being Pollyanna? Am I being optimistic? No, I'm not, because the earth itself, the earth itself is regenerative in its very nature. You know, it doesn't come and just ransack itself. Why would it? What I found particularly interesting, particularly our conversation, the conversation earlier, is like, where are the women commenting on this? Well, not only did the women take charge in this last bit of the play, but you've got two of us here responding to it. So I think that's very key. I think the imagery of the bees was very, very key, because that is a model for how a gang, basically an ensemble setup, works to keep life going. And it's not the human beings that are in the centre of life here, which was the other scenario. It's the land that is central. It's life that matters, not human life. Human life is part of life, but it's not the thing itself, the force, which the bees and all metaphor to do with bees remind us. I'm probably talking too much, so I'm going to hand over to...
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Charlotte. And now, my colleague in philosophy, Dr. Sophie Scott Brown, who is a polymathic philosopher and a smallholder.
Thank you, Rupert. Well, yes, I am a miniature smallholder. I actually grew up in Norfolk. I grew up in the Rackland area, sort of in between Thetford and Attleborough, and surrounded by farms
We were farmers ourselves, but we were literally sandwiched in between them. I walked their fields, probably, wrongly. I sort of absorbed the patterns and the rhythms of the farming life. And the sort of shape of it as it kind of spans across the year. And what really strikes me, I mean, I too am really glad that I'm commenting on this one, but for several reasons. Not only was it more positive and more optimistic, but I personally, my real interest in this subject matter are processes of change and processes of mind change and how we're going to do that and sort of the scales that we have to work on and the triggers and the motivations for it. And one of the things I really sort of grasped growing up was just that rhythm, that pace, that structure of life when you fertilise, when you call the contractors in. It is so embedded. It's more than just a calendar year, it is a complete mindset, it's a psyche. And I found these sort of, and I think, you know, the gender dynamics in that play are interesting, and for what they represent more than anything, like how you do start going about challenging really entrenched ways of thinking you don't even realise need to be thought about. They're so habitual, they're so ingrained, they're so absorbed. And then a lot of the conversations we've been having earlier have talked about, okay, well, there are a lot of players in this mixture. There are people, consumers, there are farmers, producers, there are officials as government. And what was really striking about that performance for me is those difficult conversations that people are going to have with other people. That when it comes down to it, yes, the states in this mixture in a complex way, possibly we might, I would argue, overstate the role they've got to play and also their role in creating and reproducing some of the problems. But what really fascinated me about that drama, and I think, again, we spoke about why the arts are really important in this, as part of this whole sort of climate emergency we're facing. And yes, they are good communicators, and yes, for some people they are the best form. But actually, they do something else still. They can actually show you how things all hang together in a way that other disciplines do need to sort of carve up or cut up or be more specific. Here, we had how everything hung together, which gives you more of a sense of just how difficult those conversations are going to be. When you know, sort of the partner character, the wife character, you know, she's trying to find the right words, and that's hard. It's feeling your way, and it's feeling your way against areas you don't understand, but also emotions, deeply ingrained emotions. So yeah, I'm sort of really interested maybe to pick up later on about, you know, how we go about triggering those change processes.
Andy, are you with this vibe or Spectre at the feast or what?
That's a good question, Rupert. So Rupert and I this morning spent some time sitting having breakfast in the garden. I had the real privilege to walk around the garden last night. I haven't spoken to Rupert about this, but he and Juliet have taken on a huge project to grow differently and to think differently in the garden space. And I was thinking, the challenge is so big. Why would you spend so much time on so small a space? And what's the point of it all? And I really thought that, you know, against the enormity of the challenges that we have, and then it's kind of taken today for me to sort of come to the answer of why, of course, you're doing that. And it's the same for Amy, Becky and Martin too. Why do it? Why step out? Why cycle through the fields and think differently? Why choose to act differently? It's interesting that today's been defined by actors. We're all actors, aren't we? We're all actors in our space, and it made me think about that as well. And the enormity of that farm, the challenge of turning it from something that's dead to something alive. How does Martin do that? You know, and I identify with Martin because of my age and my gender, I suppose, and you get stuck in your ways, you don't think differently, you don't listen. And the hardest challenge you have as a human being is to listen, to think, and act differently. And I always remember, and you always go back to policing for me, the times when I've seen people step out and take a stand, and that's the toughest thing to do. And you really, particularly people who have been through trauma as well, And you really feel that as well. And I do think you have to experience that in some way to really experience to have change. And the people farming this land have gone through trauma, and only through that dramatic change, and Martin in particular, just listened to his daughter. And it's taken what, took him 10 years of solitude and emotional strife and loneliness for him to get to that place. We have to give people time to grieve, I think, as well. But there is hope at the end of it. There may well be a difficult future for that farm, for us, but there is hope. And with that, I suppose I'm in a better place than I was perhaps this morning.
Well, this is great. So we're all getting into a happy place here. So maybe I'll be Beelzebub's advocate for a minute. Charlotte, I've known you for a long, long time, and I must say it's a long time since I've heard you say anything like what you just said, which was a great pleasure. I wonder if you want to, I mean, Dark Mountain may not be known to everybody. Basically, the Dark Mountain folks came, what was it, just over a decade ago now? Yeah, and said to us, collapse is inevitable, ahead of the deep adaptation curve. So, with your Dark Mountain hat on, how did you find this drama?
I never take it off, 24/7. It's the same. It's the same thing, because collapse is civilizations collapsing. It's not our relationship with the planet that's collapsing. If anything, that will need to get stronger if anybody wants to stay here. For me, the primary thing is having a relationship with the earth, and that's what Dark Mountain War was written about. We're now on our issue 22. We've been gathering stories of all these scenarios. Actually, the disaster ones, we've had plenty of apocalyptic fiction come our way. We've had lots of oh my God, what do I do? Do I stay with the troubled? Sort of the very existential territory. We've been mapping it for over a decade, as Rupert says. But we've also had, what life is really about, right at the centre. Nature is right at the centre of everything that we do. And I was thinking only last night, if I can take you there very briefly, I went to our local heath and stood there in the dark as well as dusk was coming. And then I heard this sound, this... It's the nightjars, and I'd never heard a nightjar before, but I knew it was a nightjar. Because when I was there and I heard that sound, I was and it just goes to part of yourself, right? A heart. And then on my way home, we found a glowworm. And it's oh my God, it's still alive. And for me, our relationship with the so-called non-human is what is absolutely fundamental. And that's really what I felt the last scenario was about. Everybody else we're trying to change things with this human mind, this left hemisphere thinking. We're not going to be able to do it like that. We have to go, as Josiah said, deeper into time. Put time into deep time, broad time. Let's just get more cosmic. Let's get more into the earth times, the tree time, the sea time, the wind time. And then remember that the earth is behind everything that we're doing. I just want to say one thing in response to the play. As someone who edits fixed text all the time, I absolutely love the fact it was dramaturgical, the fact it was embodied, that we're all in a room together experiencing it. That seems really, really, really important, and not just dry words on a page, even though I'm a writer.
Just to follow on that, so and we got to experience this microcosm. We've now had sort of 3 versions of this fantastic microcosm. It was also, I was struck in this one by the different elements of the macrocosm which are mentioned or somehow present. There's some kind of sense of the tide is turning, some kind of mention of actually state action is starting to point in the right direction rather than in no direction at all or in the wrong direction. How feasible do we find or feel that, right? It's not enough to have the microcosm without some kind of meso-level or macro-level stuff supporting it. Sophie or Andy, how did you feel Did you feel, because we all want Butterfly, right? We'll desperately want it to be more like this than like either of the first two. Did you really feel, did you really think that it could be? Or are we just trying to kind of bring ourselves into a less miserable place to go home from?
Wow, okay, Rupert, thanks. Yeah, that's a big one. I think, okay, so I think there can be there's some over-optimism in the sense that, you know, sort of a lot of people making the right noises, grants available for this, that and the other, but, you know, really how far does that go? Because at the end of the day, aren't we talking about a sort of a degree of change that, I mean, it picks up on what we were talking about previous conversations, that this has got to go more than just a bit of superficial, right, we're going to just rejig slightly what we do with farming. No, we have to re-understand what farming is, and we have to re-understand what it is to produce food, and we have to re-understand who that food is for, you know, human beings, you know, we have to sort of allow our concept of democracy to allow a lot more kind of players and active participants within our kind of social imagination. And so then you do have this sort of sense, and again, this being a play, this being a drama, this brings it out perfectly. So you've got a sense to which that if you always kind of look for the, you know, you fill out your 1,000-page form or whatever to get your miserable bit of grant and you're sort of flipping exhausted at the end of it, that you sort of...
Speaking from experience as an academic.
Yes, my grant application. My failed grant applications and all that. But you know, sort of there is like, for example, I've been trying to get water, a well sunk at our allotment for a long time. At the moment we have a very elaborate process of water capture going on, but at the moment, as again the John has pointed out, you know, I know that there are periods of time like the sort of drought, I'm just having to get used to them, that I'm going to go for 3-4 weeks of a truck sometimes without water. I'll be honest with you, I mean, we're having deluges in autumn, which, yeah, that's great, fantastic, just time for harvest, wonderful. And so we're capturing as much of that as possible, but the reality is we're through it by June, early June. And so it's sort of having to think on the fly like that. And I suppose that's actually the link I'm going to make back to the play. So yeah, okay, there are these grant-making organisations, but simply that process that you sit down, you fill out your form, you get your money, and it comes with all these conditions and circumstances and what have you. And the reality is, the climate emergency is going to be dynamic. So it's going to require that we not only have different ideas, but we then keep changing them because things are going to change fast. So we actually need, as much as we have to know that we have to improve our knowledge, we've also got to improve our social environmental imaginations. And actually we need to improve how we talk to each other in order to do that. Because one person, one brilliant expert, one great scientist as we've got over there, that's fantastic, it's a wonderful resource, but it's never going to be enough. It's all, you know, it's just actually going to show how important this idea, we've spoken about things like social contract earlier, I'm going to switch that slightly more to this notion of social, environmental democracy, and this idea where everyone's got to be putting into this constantly, and actually what that play showed is that sounds monstrous, that sounds huge, but actually it does start by coming right back down to face-to-face conversations, people talking to people, struggling through issues that are difficult. And we've got quite used to kind of contracting that out, I feel. And actually, maybe that sounds like a very simple starting place. It's not when you're trying to do it, but it's something we could all start doing right now. What can I do? What can we do right now?
How do I follow that? We have to say, we're not going to feed everyone in this country if we all do it in microcosm. It's just not possible. You know, there has to be remember, the state isn't something that's separate from us, it is us. And we forget that. And this idea that the state does things for us and pays for us isn't necessarily a very productive one. And it's because democracy is kind of broken in this way. It's broken. We don't live in a truly democratic environment. There are pockets of it, but I mean, this week is an awful week we've had. Watching things not done very well. And I've seen it inside, the only time I've got real direct experience of that is during the coronavirus pandemic and watching it really inside the heart of government, being shocked by just how poor it all is. So the state has got to change, but that doesn't mean something else changes, it means we change. If you've got to change, I have got to change, and it's about reasserting, and I agree with you, the value of democracy, but democracy isn't just about rights, it's about obligation and the duty. And these are words that don't, we were talking earlier about the Second World War, and I think that generation understood it because of the trauma of the Second World War and the obligation and duty to others and the caring and giving to others as well because of what had happened. And we need to reimagine that at the local level for sure. But it's got to be surrounded by strong democratic institutions that feed from bottom to top, that are bounded by a sense of shared purpose, and that we can argue together and disagree together, which we're in danger of not doing as well. Because state intervention can work. The reason states exist is because they do offer benefit. But has the benefit really been positive in the last 30 or 40 years? No. So what can we do differently? And you can exercise your obligation as a citizen differently. I need to do that. I can't speak for any of you. And that way we can create resilience because we owe it. We talked about farming and about rural communities, and I live in a rural community, but like many of you, I live in the city as well. And I'd be interested to see what would happen if we took this into a city. What would be the discussion that we would have had then, and how different it would be, and how do we... We're very connected to the land here in a way that maybe London isn't. And this is the way the day has gone, through that connection to land. But if you're disconnected from land, you're still valuable, your voice is still important, because actually a lot of stuff that sustains the land is grown from the city. And it's that disconnect I worry about. So maybe I'm less hopeful than that, but I suppose you asked about, do you need macro solutions? Yes, you do, of course you do. Just like you need the micro.
I've just written a book about butterflies from it's about the myth of psyche, which means soul and also butterfly, and it's about how you transform your being from being basically the farmer at the beginning of the play and to the farmer at the end, or his wife, and in fact daughter. So I think when you talk about duty and obligation, I think that's absolutely true, but we have a duty and obligation to life. And that is what our mythology and our stories and hopefully our storytellers remind us of, because it's so easy to forget that we need to give back to life, which is what's happening in the last scenario. It's not all taking, it's actually giving back. But in order to understand that, we need to be different people. And I think a lot of our starting points, in fact maybe for all these plays, is that we are the same kinds of people at the beginning of the play. We're in the same we're in the same circumstances, we've got the same mindset. And we're trying to solve problems of climate change with a rational mind or a scientific mind, and it doesn't work like that. It's never going to work like that, because the Earth doesn't work with a rational mind. We're not dealing with that kind of planet. So I feel the whole idea of transformation, which is embodied in the butterfly and all the myths of the butterfly, is absolutely crucial. And how do we go from being caterpillar into our cocoon where we dissolve everything that we used to know, into become a beautiful creature that then pollinates as it goes, all the flowers it visits. So I could say that the actual individual transformation is absolutely key, as well as these macro solutions you're talking about.
Thanks, Charlotte. That's so beautiful. And it connects with the way that this is going to involve pain, right? And we see some of that pain in plays. You can't have that kind of transformation without giving something up, without losing a lot of what you take for granted. Sometimes when I present people with this idea of, well, that there's three possible futures. We've got a kind of fairy future in which our civilization goes extinct. There's a phoenix future in which civilization starts to collapse, but it emerges from the ashes. Or there's a butterfly future where it transforms. And sometimes people say to me, well, Phoenix, that sounds great, marvelous, it's Phoenix from the ashes. And I remind me of phoenix, someone from the ashes. If we can have butterfly rather than phoenix, that would be so much better. And I found myself very, very moved today at the end of Dodo. Very, very moved in a slightly different way at the end of Butterfly. And part of why I was so moved at the end of Butterfly was because of that fantastic moment when Becky pauses and stands there and says, and there's some tough stuff coming. And then turns to like kind of sealing the deal of we're going to try to transform so that we can get through it and so that we can play our part in contributing to the whole getting through it. And that I thought was just so powerful and so real. And that gave me a bit of hope that maybe we're not just fooling ourselves when we think that Butterfly may still be possible. It won't be possible if we're thinking basically we can sort of hang on to everything and avoid pain and avoid disasters and so on and so forth. But it might be possible if we're willing to actually face the difficulty that we're in and the tougher times, tougher than we already have, that are coming, and to be willing to make that effort and to transform.
I think that's a really good point. And actually, the Martin character, the farmer character in there, I found particularly interesting there because we saw someone who seemed so entrenched previously and who started that final scene so entrenched, so sure. No, that's all ridiculous. This is silly, namby-pamby, UEA, Chris Patrick stuff. And then what the drama did was really interestingly show how some people, and like I said, I grew up around fairly hard-bitten, hardcore Norfolk farmers, you know, and I sort of try and picture myself having these conversations with people like that. We talked about if we'd taken this to the city, London. I'd be interested to see if I took it back home to where my parents were, because this is a wonderful event. These are brilliant dramas, and you are a great audience. You're kind of preaching to the choir in many cases here. I would like to actually, I would like to have a not nice audience. I would like to have an audience which was like Martin, just like really kind of pushing back. But at the end, we see that, well, why have these attitudes hardened and crystallized into this sort of outer kind of armor or coating? It's because the battle to survive is really, really hard. It's really hard. And therefore, it is terrifying, the idea that, you know, it is such a brave thing to do, to change, because you are basically trying to take yourself out of a system which is so comprehensive. Just like we were talking earlier about the Tesco system, how their model works. And it just seems so total that if you try and do any sort of chink of change or whatever, it's either got to be an anomaly or an exception, because the model must survive. And that is frightening for many people to have to face. So I wonder how events like this might have a role to play in that, but in which case, how do we get them where they need to be?
Charlotte, and then we'll go to the choir and see if they really are as nice as they say.
You can be nasty. It's your moment. Just I wanted to respond to two things that were brought up before. One was this, well, in fact, we were talking at lunch about, you know, being a writer and an editor, obviously we think about structure of fiction and non-fiction and poetry indeed. And it's all based on the hero, you know, the individualist hero who's going to conquer, a myth of progress. But actually what really works and what works within the play is actually when the women get together and it actually becomes an ensemble. Because people, I know because I've worked in loads of grassroots activism groups, when people get together and do stuff together, they do it naturally. They're born to be ensemble. You know, ensemble is a comedy. Tragedy is an individual male hero dying and everybody else dies, you know. So Richard Mady once said, well, nature is either a comedy or a tragedy, which one do you choose? And I know which one I'm choosing. But it is difficult to get a culture that can look at systems. I think that's the thing. The culture is very difficult to look at systems. And somebody said earlier about marketing. We live, as Tyson Young Porter once said, we live in an economy. We don't live in a culture. So let's make that culture.
Well. Let's do it in an ensemble way. So let's see some hands. We've got plenty of time now to talk. So we'll go there and then back there.
Thank you. My first question would be, how do we strike the right balance between optimism and over-optimism? I understand the need for hope, but at what point does that become an opiate? And my other question would be, what can we, just speaking for myself, I'm not a farmer, so what can, like, the general public do to sort of sway public opinion towards, well, just make things not terrifying, is basically the end of my very bad question, but thank you.
Yep, over-optimism, the opiate, that's a great phrase. I'm definitely stealing. Hopium. Oh, that's yeah, so I think actually in some ways, if you commit to this issue, you're going to be protected from over-optimism to a large degree, because the more you find out about it, the more you're like, okay, keep smiling, yeah, but that's a really valid point. In some ways, you kind of want that as a sort of lever, if you like. We're going to invoke Pollyanna again. So like you've got to have a big dose of Pollyanna, I think, to even get out of bed and try and start tackling this. But and actually, so in some ways, I think the real struggle is kind of to keep hoping, to keep moving forward. I think possibly the over-optimism might come where you sort of, a bit like today when you have the sort of first scenario, and you think, so you can leave Act 1 thinking, it's all right, things will be okay, and then you get to Act 2 and you're like, oh, no, not okay. And I suppose it's because it's such a frightening message, and again, this has come up a few times, the way we speak about this, and either you've got the two extremes, the apocalypse now, or the sun will come out and the butterflies will be glorious tomorrow, and obviously the reality is the complex middle ground, which you only really get to if you're involved. So maybe that's my answer, that people have to be actively involved, in which case, to your second question, how do you achieve that? Well, partly events like this, but partly also taking these literally, it frightens me the fact that these aren't mainstream features of schools and education. It worries me that these are not embedded into community programs. It worries me that, like I said, I think this is brilliant, and I've had a great day, and thank you very much for involving me, but how do we find those people who necessarily naturally come to something like this? And I think it's about infusing this across everything, isn't it? It's not just about having the news story, it's about every sort of, and again, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, even if you're just talking about this stuff, it can't just be in a special little box marked, all right, that's climate emergency stuff. It's got to infuse everything.
Great answer. Let's go to our next question. So, is the girl there? Yeah.
So my question's mostly on the subject of community and the role that it plays. I find it really interesting, sort of like the strikes that we've seen within the railway industry, and how that is also, I feel like, a large part of the community, that it's seen as something really inconvenient, that it's something like, oh well, it's not that bad, so can you just carry on doing your job where you're not getting any benefits, you're not being paid correctly, you're not getting any holiday, and then how that also comes across as like the inconvenience of environmentalists, kind of like, oh, but nothing's really bad yet for me, nothing's really bad yet for you. And again, this whole like community that we brought in here today, it is preaching to the choir, but also sort of like everyone has their own branches of what work they're doing, whether it's in education, whether it's in railway services or in healthcare, and how it all ties in together and how you're communicating with that.
It's interesting you picked up on the rail community. Mick Lynch is my personal hero. Not because I necessarily agree with everything about his values, but I agree with his authenticity and honesty, and that's what he was. He was just completely straight with people about what he was doing. I am a trade unionist, working to improve the rights of members who actually aren't that well paid. And what I'm doing is entirely legitimate. You kind of asked two questions there, one about the role of the community, one about people who do things differently and inconvenience others. And the reality is in this country right now, my colleagues are going to do a lot to try and stop you from inconveniencing others. So if you want to protest, if you want to strike, if you want to stand and, I don't know, be annoyed, be an annoyance, we're going to lock you up, or my colleagues are going to lock you up, and if you breach the order, you can go to prison for 12 years. That's the reality of what inconvenience means in the UK at the moment. God help you if you come across in a boat. So inconvenient, we'll send you to a different country. That's the challenge, okay? So for people to stand up and actually say things that are entirely different, you do run the risk of arrest, and that's an existential point for you as an individual, because I talk about duty and obligation. We're all very rules-based, whether we like it or not. We'll follow rules, and it's very difficult for an individual to break a rule. God help you if you're a cop. Trying to stand out and change that thinking is very difficult, but for most of us it's equally as difficult. In terms of involving communities, it's all about trust. Communities will not involve themselves with you as an activist or you in the community with somebody that has a point of view unless there's trust. And for trust there needs to be reciprocity. And that's the most important thing. Your view is not the most important view. Their view, our view, together is the most important. That's the one thing I learned, and it took me the longest period of time to learn that. In the most difficult circumstances, in Manchester, with just the most terrible gun and gang violence around us. And in the end, we trusted each other. But it took, you've got to step outside yourself to do that as well. And so in terms of the debate we're having here about how do you make climate something that we're all involved in, you've got, as I said before, you've got to change the political framework we live in. And that means being active. And you're all active because you're all here today. In terms of that earlier point about hope and optimism, I'm clearly not a very hopeful, optimistic person, but that's the nature of life. It's very finite and very terminal and very awful, but it doesn't stop us from living our lives well each day that we live it, and that's really all you can do. That creates the wellspring of good living, and then sharing and understanding and trusting in it. And these are really practical things. This isn't something that it isn't just a spiritual or religious point of view I'm making. It's a very practical, policy-based point of view as well. And our country can live like this, but it's going to involve us all to do it. And thank you for being here today, because we'll all take something away that will help us do that.
Totally agree there. Just want to add to that. It is absolutely normal, but the fact is we're very much in an individualist culture, so we need practice working in groups and being social and working as an ensemble. You don't get a performance without practice and rehearsal. So I do think that's a really key thing to engage in. That's everybody can do that. But also to remember, community can be a loaded word for those of us that live in rural backwaters with no community whatsoever. Not to forget the mycorrhizal networks that exist underneath our feet, and that people are like that too. So if we think in terms of networks, that people are also networks that cross boundaries and borders. Those are strengtheners. I know because I teach and in lots of different places at once, and everybody lights a fire at the same time, and they can feel that right across the earth, right? So that's not to be forgotten. Thank you.
People sometimes say to me, what can I do? I'm just one individual. And I say to them, don't be an individual. Do it with other people. Whatever you do, do it with other people. Let me see some more hands. So, Sally Ann here.
Hi. I really enjoyed the plays, and I was just wondering what plans you had for them. Because although the conversation has been stimulating and fascinating, I do think the three plays stand up very strongly on their own. And I was thinking in terms of, are you going to publish them? Can they go touring schools? Can they visit community centres? They're a very strong piece, and it seems a shame to me that they should just have this one outing when you've got a very creative and persuasive set of scenarios there that do speak for themselves.
Well, thanks very much for that. I'm going to sort of hold us off on that a little bit, and invite Kay and Steve to do some elements responding to that towards the end in the plenary. I would just make an initial remark. We are being videoed here by our excellent quiet videographer at the back. So there is already going to be at least one way in which today is going to survive beyond the amazing live moment. But thank you very much for that vote of confidence. I think we're already very much feeling the same way, and we'll get back to you after the break in the plenary about that. More questions?
Yep. Yes, I was struck by the talk of the macro and the microcosm and the difficulty of communicating. It seems to be a discussion so far has been predicated on this country. This country is a small island with a relatively small population in a very large world. And if we all turn into butterflies, it's not actually going to save us, because the rest of the world is still going to be pumping out CO2, wrecking biodiversity, cutting down the Amazon, all the rest of it. So my point is, yeah, by all means, let's get on with it here, but that is nowhere near enough. What do we do about that?
Yeah, very helpful, sobering point there. I would make one initial remark before handing it over to one of my esteemed colleagues to answer the question, the difficult question, that maybe the butterflies can turn into a bit of a butterfly effect. Obviously, part of what we need to do is to try to influence people in the right way in this country and in other countries, just as we should be influenceable by other countries. I would also just note that there are at least a couple of ways in which this country is quite significant. One way in which we're significant is that we started it. We started the Industrial Revolution, and in that way started the trouble. So we need to take a lead in moving beyond that if there's to be any credibility when we ask others to do so. Another way that we're significant is that a really significant percentage of the world's financial capital passes through the capital of this country and through our disgraceful offshore places like Jersey and Guernsey, the other places where people do tax avoidance and evasion through and so forth. If Britain were to move on changing the way that financial capital operates, that could be globally significant. So yes, we're a small island, but there are at least a couple of ways in which we can or should punch above our weight. Now, does anyone want to try to carry on with the global aspect of that question?
Yes, we have been talking within a kind of national context, or more specifically a kind of Norfolk Norwich context, yes. But at the same time, we also kind of haven't. Some of these things sort of cut across in different ways. So in some sense, one of the themes I think I've picked up is that there should be a conversation or a dialogue between the political principle and the social principle. The social being those human-to-human interactions, chains of interactions. The political principle being state structures and what they are empowered to do and what they tend to not do or impose, etc. And I think actually, and this was a point Charlotte was making, that actually in some senses the social principle can be very transnational, across all, without borders and boundaries, and in some ways the climate emergency is the absolute epitome of that old adage, which was actually Patrick Geddes originally, which was act local, think global. Because a lot of activists or people not even activists, but just people with a vested passion or interest in these subjects, they will be kind of talking to each other, particularly now in our digital world. They will have networks that span the entire world. Your classic example is the slow food movement. By absolute definition, the slow food movement, each chapter has to be incredibly localised or regionalised and sensitive to that locality and region. But what gives it the power and the muscle is the fact that it's a huge umbrella network that supports each other with doing this, and they have things like the Arc of Taste projects and seed banks and all those sorts of things, which are incredibly important. So I think you're absolutely right in the sense that I mean, there is a part of me, I have just written a book on anarchism and the Green Movement, so there is a part of me that would love to kind of gradually erode the presence of the state as we currently understand it altogether. But I think at the moment the pragmatic answer is let's strengthen the social principle. That's people doing stuff together. But at the same time, let's hold that political principle to better account, and let's be saying to them, look, you know, you've got certain standings, whether, you know, sort of a kind of inglorious history gave you those, whatever, that doesn't matter, you've got certain obligations and we are going to hold you to account. And if you have those two things going in tangent, I think that puts you in a much stronger position than you would be otherwise.
Thanks. Also, I think one of the things I was saying about network is that if you're in touch with a network, you understand that butterfly, for example, scenario, well, in fact all the scenarios, are happening everywhere. There isn't any corner of the earth that isn't affected by climate change. One of the things that, well, we certainly do at Dark Mountain is to collect those stories from all around the world, not just Britain. And when I saw the first one about the flood, I'm editing a piece about the Australian floods at the moment, and I thought, oh my God, this is the same that's happening to Australia, but actually it's really happening in Australia already. So that where art, I feel, is really key, or writing is really key, is that it can transmit those stories that are around everywhere and keep us all in touch. So even though we are acting local, the thinking globally happens through the words and through the actions, and hopefully through plays like this.
This is beyond my field, I suppose. I'm always talking about problems, not solutions. But how do you affect the world beyond you? I mean, first of all, I talked earlier about reforming the democratic framework of our country, because it's got to be sustained differently. And I would say, if you want to exert change globally, vote for a government that will exert change globally responsibly. That would be a start. You know, vote for people that act ethically, responsibly. Vote for parties, groups, get involved, but for goodness sake, vote, because that is democracy. The second thing is, and I don't actually think the time to reform the world order, as you may be thinking, we haven't got time for it anymore. So there are going to be unavoidable tipping points where the actions of Bolsonaro, Brazil, disproportionately impact on us, and we haven't got anything, we can't do anything about that. So there's going to be, the tipping points themselves, my view, are going to be the ones that generate global change. And this is where I'm I suppose more pessimistic, less optimistic. I can't see that we've got enough time anymore, because you wrote Dark Mountain in 2008, and what's changed? Positively, has it got better or worse? And I'm really late to this. I mean, people like the people I'm sitting with and the people in the audience have been activists around climate emergency for longer than I've known about climate emergency, or even conceived of it. And so I believe that there'll be strong tipping points that will create those conditions for change, but there's going to be a great deal of suffering. And again, just in terms of the plays, there's no way those three actors could have changed without what had happened on that farm through those three scenarios. I personally can't see that. I can see ways to mitigate it, to protect life, to manage the impact of it, and principally that's the work that Rupert and I are doing. But I can't see that changing. But I do believe that in the capacity of the human condition to affect change through difficult times.
Thanks, Andy. I guess something which is clearly very much in common with all three scenarios is that in the first two, something terrible is happening. In the third one, it's not so much, but there is awareness that there are going to be terrible things that are going to happen. And I guess the reason I have a teeny bit more hope than Andy is that I think that these terrible events will force transformation. Now, it's not at all certain that the transformation that they force will be net good, but it could be. The transformation is coming. The question is it going to take some kind of butterfly-like form, or some kind of phoenix-like form, or some kind of dodo-like form, or some kind of even worse, unimaginable form? And that question is partly open to our agency, or at least that's the faith that motivates, I think, bothering to do an event like this today at all. We've got time for one more question before we go to our final break.
Hello, I'm just looking around, everyone drinking water. Very thirsty, and today I had a message from Canada. That scientists said in Canada today, the Northwest Territories and Alaska people have flood and fires at the same time. So they can't go anywhere because roads closed, shortage of food. It's right there. Interesting question. We expect lots of migrants from Africa, Asia, next few years. Is this country happy to share water? Or not? Norfolk actually shortage of water as well. And yeah, people can live without food a few weeks, but without water a few days. So what are we doing? Water contaminated. So what you can say about this? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Gennady, for that strong and again sobering question. Before I throw it to my colleagues here, I'll just note that obviously all of the three scenarios are interested in this question of water, which is very acute for us here in Norfolk because we are always on the edge of not having enough of it, and then sometimes, especially now, we have too much of it. So yeah, this is an acute question for us. It's going to become an acute question more and more around the world. In relation to the migration thing, of course, the fascinating thing in the butterfly scenario, in the dodo scenario that we saw earlier, was that we have internal migration, internal refugees, which is something we'll probably have to get more used to in this country. So, what do you have to say to Gennady colleagues?
Share it. Just like in the scenario where Martin shares a sandwich with Amy, share it. And if you don't, then you condemn your own future anyway. Because you
People
can't...
coming to fight.
Pardon?
People will come to fight.
Then you must love them and share with them. And genuinely, it's so important at this time that if people come in need, you share what you have with them, because the benefit of that will come back at you. We can't isolate ourselves from it. And no, I can't affect what's happening in the Northwest Territories, but you can affect what's happening in your own community and share what you have.
Could I just agree with that and say that there's this often one of the kind of biggest misnomers that we still have in our culture is this idea of survival of the fittest as the driver of evolution, that conflict has driven evolution. And actually there's a strong argument to say cooperation has played just as equal part, and that we're sitting here today because somehow, alongside all the fighting, a lot of people understood what cooperation meant too.
I think that's absolutely true. I mean, the red and tooth in claw, the famous Darwinian statement, actually, he worked with a chalk meadow later on in his life and said that the stronger, the more diversity there was, the stronger, more resilient that meadow was. And that's what we forget, is actually more is stronger. And I used to live on the border of Mexico and Arizona, and it was always the question, what happens when the migrant knocks on your door? Do you open it or do you shut it? And of course, you can't do that in your head because you don't know how you're going to respond. But of course, the door is knocked all the time, and of course you open it because you're human, right? That's what humans do. They open the door.
Great. Thanks so much to our wonderful panelists. I'll ask for some applause for them. So we have an opportunity now for a really free-ranging Q&A and discussion for a little over half an hour. Then what's going to happen is Kay will lead us in a little exercise of thinking about how we go forward from this in our lives with each other and with others. And then there'll be a few short closing remarks at the end. I'll ask Andy, where's Andy? definitely, for a final golden thread reflection on the day. And then I'll invite you to fill out your feedback forms if you haven't yet done so. I'll invite you to take some curry if you haven't yet done so from the bar. And to hang around, please, and we'll be here as long as people want. The bar will be open for their informal chat outside, etc., etc. So, in a moment I'll throw it open to the audience again, but before I do that I want to allow Steve, who's been very quiet except through his authorship this afternoon, allow Steve an initial minute or two's reflection perhaps on what you've taken from the day so far, Steve.
Thank you, Rupert. Well, firstly, I'll just reiterate my delight in the work of the actors who have been so courageous, I think, and Kay and Chloe assisting them as well, and everybody involved in this project, Lucy, Rupert, Tara, Norwich Art Centre, I hope I haven't missed anybody out. It has been an ensemble, so to use one word from today. I won't say very much. I feel it's quite a strange thing talking about work that you've had some contribution to, because I really have very little use to say beyond the plays. And he's been very mindful of this conversation, how brilliant it's been, and there's points where you just say, I don't have much to say. What I will say is, I want to respond to, was it Mary Ann? I don't know if she's still here, who made an interesting point about what more should one do with this. I mean, in a sense, I guess what we're trying to do today is work that out. You know, I write in all sorts of contexts. You know, I've got plays going in theatres and plays going on radio, blah, blah. But this is different. You know, I could just take this and we could just put it on somewhere. But imagine watching those three things back to back with nothing in between. I don't think, we had a reading on Monday and I just couldn't bear it. Like written the bloody thing. It's like, that's cruel, and it's also dramaturgically problematic because it is just, you almost want to laugh, you want to resist some of the sort of relentlessness of it. So I think we've found a really good form for this work, which is, it's irresponsible just to put these plays on and then sort of say, beat you in the bar. You know, you have to put them on and then take them in. And these are phenomenal responses, which I found very, very gratifying and rare, you know, because again, you do work and it just goes out to the world and you might get critics reviewing it. But, you know, really, that's not very productive. So actually, you know, theatres will put on the odd Q&A, but largely the idea that the work might generate an instant conversation, which might in itself generate further action, that is a problem, I think, something that we don't generally do. So my hopes for this is more of this in more places. Sophie's point about audiences is absolutely spot on. But we still only can have the audience who comes. And I think that's always a problem with any type of sort of public-facing activity. And, you know, it's interesting, we talked a lot to a beautiful man farming in this region. He knows about today. He's too busy. You know? And what do? Do we go into his kitchen? We could do. But I think that's the thing. We have to think about how work gets done, where it gets distributed, why people do see it. And sometimes it's not just that they're busy, it's they're embarrassed or it's just not their thing, or they think it'd be really crap. You know, and I'm doing another project called Murmurations, which is going on in nature reserves. And it's really, really interesting to see how people get caught out by that, because they come for the nature and suddenly they find themselves in the play. So I think that there's a much bigger question about changing the context in which we talk to each other, sort of work we made. Charlotte made the really excellent point about words on the page. They are very important and powerful, but I'm lucky enough to be in a medium where that's only the beginning of the conversation. So today, I think it's been a fantastic provocation to the next step. So yeah, thank you for everybody.
Thanks, Steve. And just to add to the story about the amazing hyper-busy farmer, we had a similar thing with the warden of the nature reserve at Wheatfen, who we went to see him, and I asked him point blank, did he think the scenario in the flood scenario in Phoenix was realistic? And he said he absolutely thinks it's realistic. It's totally what they fear. he thinks it's probably going to happen, and he thinks the casualties could actually be significantly higher in terms of human casualties from that flood. So, you know, if you thought that Steve was over-egging the pudding, no, it's not like that. It could be worse. And he said, I'd love to come, but I'd be working 10 days back to back. So, yeah, got to try and find those ways of getting to audiences, but it's not easy. But you are here, so over to you one more time for questions and discussion, which can be to anybody here or to the actors, or reflections upon the day as a whole, or anything that seems to you salient at this point. So who would like to jump in and we've seen Tara have a mic. Let me see a hand. At back there. And you can direct it to anyone, or you can just do it openly. It's a question.
I kind of just have more of like a general point, and kind of a question like, am I just naive in thinking, I'm like a firm believer that the consumer controls the market, and I've just finished my BA in illustration, so visual communication is a big part of like where my career is going. So I just think that platforms like this, spreading the message on like how to be more sustainable in your kind of daily life, just seem like very positive ways to go about spreading the message, despite the fact that like as an individual you don't have much impact. By just coming to things like this and getting motivated, I just think it does make more of a difference than we think, and it's definitely more optimistic than it seems to be, and I think that's a good thing. So yeah, and just well done to everyone, because it was really good.
Thank you very much. Anyone up here wish to respond to that? Or we can just move on. Anyone want to respond? Okay.
Thank you. I just want to say something that bounces off that, but also picks up on some things that we said about this space and what we're here for. Because I think that this actually has the potential to be a space of active transformation for whatever audience actually this is presented to. And I do think every audience matters. I actually would contend with the choir analogy, because I think that raising awareness isn't quite enough, and finally we might all think that we're here, the choir that already knows, but there is a further step to take once there is knowledge. And you said, Andy, we have to be realistic, we have to confront the reality, and practically. There is now practice to practice, and I feel like this is actually, and could be, a rehearsal room for us all. The kind of conversations that we've had today with the panellists and with yourselves are very similar to the conversations that we began to have in rehearsals. And the actors then went on stage and embodied the choices of the characters in those scenarios. So I'm really interested in just pushing this a little bit further, to say, well, we are actually potentially all here rehearsing the future. We're all here preparing ourselves. And so I'd love to see a next step for this work to be and it's something that I will, I'll throw something in at the end that might open the door to it, but I think there's opportunity to really start embodying what we mean about agency and considering what our role is in these times. So you're not waiting to leave the door to then have the next conversation, but the conversation is here now, in this room. There are people in this room that you all matter. We all matter. We all have a community of people. We all have family. We all have sectors or workplaces. But we can meet each other here and now and start collaborating on change making. And I think that's a real opportunity with this work that I'd love to. It's something for me that is important.
Yeah, thanks, Kay. That's brilliant, and that keys into what Kay's going to lead us in about 25 minutes. And I'll just add to that to bring out something Kay was saying there, that many of us in this room probably think that we know, but what today has enabled us to do that we may not have had many opportunities for doing is actually feeling it, because actually kind of vicariously experiencing it. Like for me, for example, the reason why the end of Dodo is so powerful is because when Katie stands there and says, what do I do next? What do we do now? She's speaking for all of us, to all of us, but also for all of us. yeah, that's partly how hopefully this is working and has power. More questions or comments? Yes, Bridget.
I'm afraid it is more of a comment, but
That's
it
fine.
might generate response.
Totally fine.
So just to echo what Kay says, there are so many modes in which culture is already creating these spaces for transformation, and it isn't just about making art and presenting it. And those modes are, working through networks that, for example, Dark Mountain has been going for, 14 years, but we now have an alliance or growing alliances of cultural activists. For example, Norwich Writers Rebel that Chloe is setting up locally, and then internationally we have, well, it's been mentioned because you co-founded it with me and others, Culture Declares Emergency, and there are so many other declaring organisations that are across the wider cultural sectors. So I guess it's a kind of comment that all of you can find your niche, your movement, or create something that uses creativity to activate people, to enable that transformation. And it isn't just, about that kind of emotional transformation. There are so many modes, there's like active, artful gardening, or there's, creative therapy to help people cope with change, or there's, using sculpture and art for adaptation. For example, the work of Simon Reed, who makes sculpture that mimics the work of reeds. And there are actually, I could go on, but I just want people to think, in this expanded, broader way at this end of the day about the role of culture.
Yeah, great, thank you, Bridget. And the context for me in which this falls, what you and Kay have been talking about, is what I call the moderate flank. The radical flank, Vegetarian Extinction Rebellion, played a role in kind of opening a door and opening a lot of people's minds and raising consciousness. And now it's up to all of us to walk through that door, whether we do so by the route of culture or religion or in our workplaces or where we live, to do it together and start to try to make the changes that will potentially avert some of those futures we've seen today, or at least soften the blow and enable us to cope. So thank you. More questions from the room or comments? Yes?
Hello. Yeah, I guess I have a question. So there was a brief discussion earlier about the role of patriarchy and the role of femininity, and the kind of there are so many intersections at play with different roles of different groups of people and the roles that they have. But I guess I'd love to hear anyone's take on whether there are distinct roles and distinct responsibilities for different generations in terms of the climate crisis. Because that obviously, when we've been working on the plays, so much of it is rooted in a divide between the generations of one, family. But on a wider level, are there things that certain generations can do, can't do, should do, must do? Yeah, I don't know. Any responses to that?
That question. Who'd like to take that? Sophie and then Charlotte.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think it actually comes back slightly to something Rupert mentioned earlier, and that's this idea that within a sort of movement context, you've got kind of different rhythms. It's almost like an orchestra, like with sort of, in order to create the harmony, people are doing different things. You put it in terms of the sort of radical flank, Siege Rebellion, Greta. In some ways, and again, it comes back to some of the other points that people have been making, everyone finds their own way to do something within their sphere that they can do. And young people do, in some ways, what have you got if you're young? Well, you don't maybe have much material, and you're not likely to, the way we're going, have material kind of base, as it were, but you do have energy, you do have ideals, you're maybe less jaded, and you can also turn around and glare at the older generation and say, thanks, and that's powerful. Symbolically speaking, that's incredibly powerful, that sense of innocence betrayed. Look, if nothing else gets through to anyone, their children might. So, if that's sort of an important role for young people, well, what about the older generation and, the people that are going to be more be really unfair here, but a bit more aware of the problems that people might encounter, maybe a bit less inclined towards optimism. That's important too. That can be a really constructive dialogue in terms of, okay, the will to change plus what does it practically take to change. That could be really constructive. And then just with regards more broadly, so coming back slightly to it's a project, and what Kay was saying earlier, I think the arts and drama, the arts broadly, I lean to drama, but the arts broadly are incredibly important in terms of fostering that sense of agency, of what people can do. And yes, when I said earlier, preaching to the choir, I didn't mean to denigrate anyone in this room. I know you will go off and you will find ways to do things and that will touch other people. We've got amazing artists in this room, we've got writers, we've got thinkers, we've got teachers, we've got educators, wonderful. But there is a sad, hard reality, and that is the situation we're in at the moment. There are a lot of children, young people from poorer backgrounds, disadvantaged backgrounds. We are in an education system at the moment that completely marginalises, if not completely gets rid of all forms of arts education, diminishes it as totally unimportant. And I'm wondering how we reach those children who then become those adults who maybe don't want desperately to be agents, but don't have quite the same resources as others are more fortunately able to acquire.
Great question. I love a good question. I think one way for people of my generation, I guess, so I'm 66, and I lived a good life. You know, I used to be a fashion editor, I had a flat, I lived in London, I flew all around the world, I was a food editor, and ate in all the great restaurants, blah, 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 and I gave it all up. And I've been giving it all up for the last however many years, 30 plus years. And I think so from the generation that had it really, really good and were working in industries where, you know, their lifestyles were totally supported and they were really successful. I think the path of descent, which I think you were talking about before, about relinquishment, and one of the R's of deep adaptation, is really, really key to be, if you like, you've got to show it in your own life, not just in the female character in the play was doing that. It was interesting. It was Becky, was it? Was her name Becky? Because she shows, oh, I'm walking out, I'm leaving this, and I'm stepping into something else in the next place. So I think that those moves away and the ability to let go of everything and to show that in one's life, so that the life becomes the play, I think is very, very important for the generation that had it all, you know.
On this, yeah, briefly, Joss and Lucy.
So one of the things I do is I work with young people to whom are in their own collective of young people who are very interested in the arts and what that can do. So I think it's very much part of my duty and a generational duty to support them, and a word that I use very boringly, very frequently is scaffolding, and I think that's what we can do. We can create the scaffolding that enables those young people to express themselves and to be active in the way that they want to be active. So that's what I'd like to say about young people. What I'd like to say about today is, I think we've had two things that have really sort of stood out for me. One is about personal identity. Martin's comment about that's going to be on my tombstone, farmer. So maybe that's something that people take away from today is thinking about their identity. Perhaps they switch that a bit. Perhaps they switch it to, actually, I'm an activist and I'm a teacher, or whatever it is. Perhaps that's actually a change that can be made. And then we were talking a lot about the macro and societal change and systemic change. I talked about the social contract, but maybe what we want is a system contract. Maybe it's a system change contract. But yeah, I think those are the three things that I wanted to say, and those two kind of points about the overarching themes for me as the plays and today.
Okay, may I have the mic? Quick final thought on that question. One more thing the older generation can do, and here I speak for the moderate flank, give us your fucking money. Some older people, some of them, even possibly in the room, tend to have a lot more money than young people, and we need it now so we can do something good with it, because, let's face it, if you come to the dojo point, then it's not going to be any use to you. You can't take it with you or even give it to anyone. Next question. I am Tara.
Hi. I think that was a fantastic day. I've been thinking a lot about, lots of things. But right. But one of the things I was thinking about was sort of the seductive nature of the economic system that we live in right now. I have a lot of empathy for people back home, especially, who work really hard to lift themselves out of poverty and who want things. They want cars and big houses and they want swimming pools. And part of that is sort of driven by the specific imaginary that's been created around what success looks like. And I suppose when I do work back home that's around this, it's really difficult to ask someone to give that up when they've worked so hard to achieve it. And I just sort of wondered whether, because there's, all of you guys think about this kind of stuff, especially philosophers maybe, but what do we do about the seductive nature of capitalism? It is, I wouldn't mind a swimming pool. I'm not, Steve. Yeah, exactly. And just, you have something to sort of, to think about that, because it seems like the shift is also a shift in what we desire. Why do we desire what we desire right now, and how can we start desiring different things?
Great, we'd like to take that.
I was actually going to say something about this a moment ago, from the point of view of parenthood, actually, and that intergenerational question as well. And also something about decolonisation and how that begins with the self, and really looking inward at the way in which you are perpetuating certain legacies. And the way we do that as parents in a family home as well. And we're actually not always in control of the kind of narratives that are playing out in that family home. The family home is a deeply public space, right? And it's a deeply capitalist space. And your children are kind of marching around in that, like being seduced by a lot of that that world, those desires, in ways that you can't always control, and in ways that I feel I'm constantly at war with. And sometimes I really feel like I'm losing that battle. And so I don't know if I have any answers for you, but certainly, building those rich outdoor experiences. I was thinking about insects ahead of this panel today, and just how insects are that portal to wilderness for children. More than birds, more than pets. They're the magic of discovering centipedes in the soil, or discovering a hawk moth on the way to school, an enormous hawk moth. Or just but for me, those were my first experiences. So for me, that's the one way I'm trying to seduce my children with that instead, create an abundance of those experiences with whatever we have left, as a way to counter the more banal and superficial dreams that are seducing them elsewhere. So, yeah.
Can I say something about that? I am quite upset by the sort of demonising of London. And there's, in some way, my train of thought's gone now slightly, but there is an equivalent. It's not all about acquisitiveness, London. It's multiracial, it's full of art, sorry, I'm going to get on my soapbox. But yeah, how can we give children in London, a connection like that? That's so fantastic. What a thing to do for your children. But please don't demonise London. After all, we've got the arts.
As a business and trying to affect that change within that frame, it is such a dominant discourse, globally, this idea about how the market works. And the real problem is that when we're trying to affect change through that kind of market mechanism, that we end up slipping into the same tropes, the same marketing tools, the same language, and that doesn't change the discourse at all. It just creates a new space for something else
that is valued in the same way by those consumers. And I haven't got any answers for you. It's just, I don't know how we create a new language, and this is part of it, I suppose. How we create a new language that helps us break out of that kind of dominant model, which is extractive and exploitative.
Thanks, Shazad. Yes, Mike.
Well, if you want to
go, yeah.
Because part of what it seems to me is what we're struggling to do is to see if there's a way in which we can direct the zeitgeist. You know, which is like, it's almost like an impossible ask, isn't it? But here we are, you know, more or less it seems of a certain consensus of the things that are wrong, the things that need to change. And we're also aware that in terms that and I'll use this word in a more general sense, culturally, we are all enmeshed in a 50-year story of neoliberalism. There are those of us that are old enough to have seen the various stages that went through to get us to the point where we are now. And in a way, like all evangelicals, the question is how do you take hold of the narrative and make it, you know, something that enough people believe in with you, so that it changes effectually, effectively. And that's kind of a bigger, harder question, isn't it? Is how do you get enough people to listen while there is still time eventually for things to change?
Yeah, thanks for that. There's someone near the back, yes.
Hello. I just wanted to go back to that previous comment about language. Since I was a teenager, I have really hated being called a consumer. I buy food because I need to eat. Yeah, I just wondered if anybody had any thoughts.
Yeah, well, I'll start that one going by saying that, yeah, I think the image of us as consumers is highly dangerous, actually. There's a truth to it, but there's also a danger to it. We shouldn't accept it. We also shouldn't accept that the fundamental problem is that we want to be consumers or want to consume, because we're marketed at to try to make us into consumers. And the way I like to put this is that the ultimate successful consumer product, which is produced by advertisers and producers, is the idea that we are the problem, that consumers are the problem. That the concept of consumer is itself, the identity of consumer, is itself the ultimate deadly consumer product, and one that we shouldn't accept. So, totally agree with you there. Anyone want to come in on? Steve?
Yeah, I was just thinking about an idea from Marxism, from a very problematic man, Louis Althusser, who talks about ideological state apparatuses. And everybody at the time thought, you know, you're overstating it. Schools, the state, all sorts of organisations, how do they function? And the word they used, just thinking about your point, Karen, was interpellation. So the institution calls you, and you look up in recognition to the call. You know, kind of sit down, and you sit down. So you understand the power relationship because your body just unquestionably gives way to that. And I think the consumer discourse is very similar, isn't it? And I think it leads to this question of public address. You know, I really recognise what Joss is saying. I think, and I was saying to him, the optimistic reading of that is my kids are now in their early 20s, and they hated me at the age your kids probably are. And I'm not saying they love me uncomplicatedly now, but you know, some of the battles then, which in a way is the plays are about as well, do play out in the long term, don't they? My mum and dad were ramblers. I used to hate it every Sunday, the rugby ramblers went rambling, you know, and I had to go with them. And I never forget the most mortifying experience of my life was there was a picture taken for the rugby advertiser of the rugby ramblers, and I was in the front row in my cagoule. And I remember one day I heard this chanting outside my house, and I looked out, and all the kids in my school were saying, "Wally's in the paper, Wally's in the paper." Wally was their nickname for me. Make of that what you will. So what am I trying to say in this long rambling disposition? I think it is this sense of how do we reach people in a way that's authentic. I think your point about corporate messaging is so true, isn't it? And I think that what I feel hopeful about, which theatre proves to me again and again and again, is that when people are in the presence of a story that is not oppressing them, and that feels freely arrived at, and they believe to be truthful, which is actually what happens, I think, when we watch a good piece of art. We don't feel like anybody's trying to sell us anything, and we don't feel like anybody's forcing the pace of the story or forcing a character into a position. How do we still remain truthful in the way that we talk to each other and yet have a target? And that's been my challenge for this process, actually, because I am very reluctant to write things that tell people what to do or interpolate the audience into, you're wrong, you're from London, you're from Norwich, whatever it is, because it's always more complex, isn't it? And characters are complex. That's why I like theatre, because you can write characters that are truly complex. I find it in my area how capitalism has eaten into the very basis of storytelling and through binge television, for instance. It really fascinates me how unassailable that is as the modern form of consumption of storytelling. So, like you, Charlotte, giving up, for me it's about writing shorter pieces, creating more space through lessness, if you like. All these things a little bit, but thinking about just the way we talk to each other, the way we make art, but we have to keep it real, because as soon as it becomes, you got this money from this body, therefore you have to behave in this way and say in this way, people just shrink, I think. And they know that you're trying to pull a fast one on them. Keats said it, we hate a palpable intent. And yes, Keats is right.
Well, I think that's a nice moment to transition to the near final part of this afternoon, where Kay, as promised, is going to lead us in a little exercise where everyone's going to get a chance to talk about how you might go forward from this. We've already been starting to touch on that, but she's going to try to make it quite real and palpable for us. Before she starts to do that, I want to do two things. First, I want to point out, God, it's hot, isn't it? Isn't it hot? Well, we've all got different tolerance levels. I think it's good that it's so hot because it starts to bring home to us the reality of some of the things that we've been seeing in those scenarios. It reminds me of James Hansen talking to Congress in the late 1980s and trying to convince them that global warming was real and it was an existential threat, and it was a massive heat wave in Washington DC at the time, probably climate influenced. And he said to the people in charge of the building, please don't turn the air conditioning on to full. I want them to feel it. I want them to feel the heat in that room, to know the reality of what we're talking about. And the other thing is that Kay asked me as an intro to this little exercise she's going to lead us in. She very kindly asked me to read you a couple of quotes from the final chapters of my book, The Civilization is Finished, which are relevant and hopefully put us in the right kind of frame of mind for this. So I'm just going to read these two quotes out. We need vigorous, radical activity at every level. We need good people everywhere at this time to be sinking their savings into radical causes, standing for parliaments, putting their bodies on the line, getting involved in small holdings and foraging, devising places to live that can be resilient in the event of social breakdown, looking at their careers and asking what better they could do in the time we may have remaining, and more. Now the second quote is this. I honestly believe that in the end we really are all in this one together. Climate criminals should be blamed. Those who have contributed very little to the ecological crisis shouldn't. But in the end, the blame game doesn't take one very far. We'll survive and even possibly flourish by becoming better at building community, or we won't survive. Okay.
Thank you. I'm really moved by what's been said by Lucy about rethinking or thinking through our identities in these times, and what's been said today about the roles that we can each play. And so let's start building this other future together right here. we haven't had much opportunity for you to, I know you've had lunch and things together, but to really have good conversation amongst yourselves to start to think about what you might take away from all of this. So just want to invite you to turn to your neighbour or the nearest person to you. I'm going to give you a few different provocations. The first one I thought to throw in is a provocation by Rob Hopkins. Some of you might know his book, What If? A radical reimagining, what is the rest of the title in the future? Something like that. From what is to what if, thank you, yeah. From what is to what if. And just, it might seem a bit odd, but just go with it. That one after the other to complete the sentence or the phrase, what if? And to paint your imagining of what could be. What if the streets were carless? And the person, your partner, then responding with their own what if. What if we didn't have to go to work? In order to get to the better future, maybe to get to butterfly or to some version of a butterfly of a transformed reality. It'd be interesting just to see what comes and just allow for whatever may come. So you'll hear my voice to say, great, you can wrap that up, and then just give you a couple of other things. Does that sound right? Great.
How many minutes first of all?
Just a couple of minutes. Yeah, so just keep going. What if? What if? And you can be inspired by what you're hearing. All right, so turn to the person next to you, and the person with shortest hair is going to start.
The person with the shortest hair. I've got the shortest hair. There's a woman there who I know seemed to have had a stroke, but in fact,
Okay, finishing up that roster. So I'm hoping that we've got a flurry of ideas and wild imaginings in the room. And so the next thing I'd like you to consider turning to a different person, so a new neighbour, you might need to move around and that's fine, is what can I do to make that happen? Or not make that happen, because I'm sure you've had loads of ideas and you've heard lots of ideas, but what can I do now for that? And to think, or some of that, or for any of that, or for more, what can I do? And bringing in those earlier provocations of you may need to relinquish some things. You might need to let some things go to redirect your energy, your time, your skills, your resources. And it might be that there's something in here that, I hope and I'm sure that what you've shared of your wild imaginings speak to what we might wish to restore. Something, I'm sure there's values embedded in what you've imagined that are just so heartful and speak to community and speak to cooperation and outrageous optimism. So, turning to a different person, just a few minutes each to and actually the way I'll do this is that this is an exercise of active listening. So the person with longer hair is going to start, and they're going to speak for just a couple of minutes, and I'm going to time you. You'll hear the alarm, or you'll hear my voice, and you're going to start with the open sentence. If I could do any, what I'm going to do now is. And you can always come back to that open sentence. What I'm going to do now is. You can always repeat it, and because you can say lots and lots of different things. You can have 2 minutes where your partner's just going to listen, no commentary, just receive what the person has to say, and silence is really welcome. And you can always, as I say, go back to that stem sentence. What I'm going to do now is to fulfill those wild visions, imaginings, and really you have the opportunity to do so much. Okay.
I've been doing what she
I will
told me
call
to
out to
do.
swap you. So find another partner and move around if you have to. So Does anyone want to share anything from what they've just shared, or what's come to them, or how they're feeling now? We shared earlier, we went round and shared our feelings. Maybe, actually, why don't I send the mic round to hear one thing that we're taking away with us today? And that might be a feeling of where we are right now, or it might be something of what you want to do next. Would you like to start, Charlie? You can look around.
I've said it before, but just the power of drama. I'm blown away by the power of these pieces to bring these futures and scenarios we talk about to life in a visual way.
Determination to carry this forward.
Optimism. To be more dramaturgical.
I feel catalysed to do more with the arts in our business.
I feel obliged to find more and more effective ways of reaching people.
Finding community and acting within it.
Less, and not to be scared about stepping out into the abyss of less.
Resolved to have my agency.
Reaching out and building those communities and those relationships with others.
To create a local space for cultural eco-activation.
Intensely creative.
Continuing conversations and instigating collaborations.
To convince people like climate change, like COVID, it doesn't discriminate its victim. So try to figure out a way to talk to skeptics about this.
Art science forever.
Keep making plays.
Yay. Make eye contact and smile.
I feel really empowered to just keep learning and trying things.
To drop my scientific hat more and become more emotionally engaged.
Stop hypocrisy and act immediately.
Be driven.
I think, be more willing to try things and be wrong occasionally.
Find more creative ways about talking about the issues.
Remind myself from time to time that there are actually lots of people doing lots of different constructive things in the situation.
To not give up hope.
To carry on having the difficult conversations with people who perhaps don't want to hear it.
And to bring some arts communication to the science communication at my work.
The others one too, I think, is to communicate more and to use culture and art to communicate that message.
To think about sufficiency and how that could be made very appealing.
I feel motivated to keep creating visual media and shoving it in people's faces and forcing them to engage with it and get excited about it.
To start creating narratives that engage the masses, so to speak, in this essentially.
I guess to communicate more effectively and in different ways, not just conceptually, to people that don't think like me or us, or to communicate like me or like we do.
I'll take the mic.
be honest, I feel a bit depressed about individual change happening, but that's still not affecting the larger scale system changing, like the capitalist, destructive system not changing.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And also make sure I stay active and carve out some time for doing everyday care of the nature that is immediately around me, especially my garden and the lawn.
Just to be more attentive to the issue itself.
The importance of collaboration and compassion.
Get involved again.
Energize systems within systems. That's it. So final words to Rupert, and just a big thank you, and to keep these words and ideas, brewing and paving your way beyond this room. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Kay. And I want to invite everyone to remember what you just said. Remember what you just said. Yeah, it's real. Before I say literally a final sentence to wrap up, as the witching hour is almost upon us, I'm going to hand over to Andy for a minute or two, reflecting on the day as a whole. Andy.
Why would you pick the most pessimistic person? I'm going to have to stand up and shake myself off a little bit. I'm going to, when Rupert asked me to do this, which was lunchtime, thanks Rupert, it's starting with actors and the power of acting in drama to bring stories into our life. We all live through stories, and I'm really privileged to have been part of that. I'm struck by the ability for us to cross borders and boundaries so seamlessly and easily through the power of stories. There's something there I think we can all take away. But also, and we talked about, I think Kay, you were talking about actors and agents. A number of people talked about that actors are agents for change within the drama, but they make us think differently as well. And with actors comes agency. We do have agency. We have very little control or choice in our life, but we have agency. And I think the work you've just done in the last few minutes brings that to where we are and what we can do in relation to that. The challenges are existential. Okay, so I'm not going to shy away from saying what I truly believe, but given the fact we've got collapsing timeframes, that agency and that acting needs to be radical, revolutionary even. I wrote that word revolutionary. Do I really mean that? Do I really think that? And I actually do think that. That everything I've learned and believed and acted in before must change. And the only way I can do that is, and I was going to say before, crossing closed borders is what I need to do, but it was too oblique, really. It needed unpacking. Even I don't quite understand what I mean by it. But it's about reaching out and acting differently and listening, just like actors do that for us through drama all the time, and bringing stories that we can relate to life, because through that we act well in life as well. It gives us models for that. But what I would say finally is that you are all actors in your own life. You are all models for change, and you've all, I think, just made a commitment to that as well. So many thanks have gone out to the people that have brought this together. I'm sure Rupert will say something about that, but I'd like to say thank you to you too. Thank you for coming on such a hot day. I didn't expect so many people and so much involvement. And it's a great privilege to listen to your stories. Thank you.